The Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Grace Poe to lead the chamber in prayer. May I ask for silence, please? You may proceed, ma'am.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Ama naming sumasalangit, sa bisperas ng Lunar New Year, dalangin namin ang kasaganahan ng aming bayan. Pasaganahin niyo po ang aming ekonomiya, industriya. Paramihin mo ang aming trabaho at oportunidad na nag-aangat ng dignidad ng aming puwersa ng paggawa. Pasaganahin niyo po ang aming pangunawa. Wakasan niyo po ang aming mga alitan, dibisyon at pagkanya-kanya. Ituon niyo po ang aming atensyon at aksyon sa kooperasyon. Sa halip na maging problema, gawin mo kaming solusyon. Sa nalalabing ilang linggo ng sesyon namin dito sa Senado, pasaganahin niyo po ang aming produktibidad. Bigyan mo kami ng inspirasyon, lakas ng pangangatawan at talas ng kaisipan sa pagsusulong ng aming mga prioridad na panukala at programa na magpapasagana ng buhay ng bawat mamamayan ng aming bansa. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Roll call of members. Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 23 senators present, we are complete with Senator Angara. That makes it 24. Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the business for the day, Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge several guests present in the gallery today. Her Excellency Bofield, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to the Philippines. Dr. Moya Collette of the Australian government. Of course, Secretary Angara, the Department of Education. We also have members of the European Parliamentary Forum, the Honorable Vanessa Wenink, Member of Parliament Pia Hill Tunen, Honorable Eva Biadet, the Right Honorable Baroness Liz Zug of the United Kingdom, Senator Ilenia Sambito of Italy, Mr. President, the Honorable Katrina Tolgfors of the Parliament of Sweden, the Honorable Lotta Johansson Fornarv of Sweden, Honorable Valente of France, the Honorable Joanna Wielgus, Member of the European Parliament of Poland, Senator Marilu Mechdran of Canada. They're accompanied by Mr. Romeo Dongueto, Executive Director of the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population. Likewise, Mr. President, the Chief Minister of the BARM, Chief Minister Ibrahim is here with us. Minister Iqbal of the Basic, Higher and Technical Education, as well as other members of the Parliament of the Bangsamoro. We wish that they be acknowledged, Mr. President.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 45th session, Wednesday, January 22, 2025, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we defer with approval of the journal of the 46th session, Monday, January 27, 2025.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Before we proceed, Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension to enable our colleagues to greet Senator Lauren Legarda personally.
Session is
Councilor
suspended and birthday greetings to our distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Welcome back.
Session is suspended. The floor leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10926 under Committee Report number 427. This is the bill on the renewal of the Meralco franchise. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. Majority
Mr.
leader.
President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 27, 2025 as our working draft and recognize the chairperson of the subcommittee on Meralco franchise renewal, Senator Joel Villanueva, as principal sponsor, and Senator Risa Ontiveros to propose individual amendments. At the same time, asking the OSAA to restore order in the plenary.
Before the chair recognizes the Honorable Villanueva and the Honorable Ontiveros, may the chair remind our guests to settle down and for OSAA to kindly maintain order within the chamber. Senator Villanueva is recognized to receive the proposed amendments and interjections of Senator Ontiveros, who likewise has the floor. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Thank you,
If I
Mr.
may
President, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. My first proposed amendment is on the publication of rate-setting rules. This would be found in Section 6 on rates for services. On page 5, line 5, I propose to insert a new paragraph that shall read, "The grantee, in coordination with the Energy Regulatory Commission, shall ensure that all rules, guidelines, and methodologies used to determine the distribution rates, including but not limited to the rules for distribution and wheeling rates, RDWR, performance-based regulation, PBR, guidelines, and all related orders, decisions, and resolutions are made available to the public and are published on the official websites of both the grantee and the Energy Regulatory Commission within 15 days from approval or promulgation. Failure to publish or ensure the timely public availability of these documents shall be considered a violation of this franchise." Before I move to propose this amendment, good sponsor, Mr. President, for the record, this amendment addresses the lack of transparency by making it compulsory for Meralco and ERC to publish rate-setting rules and decisions. This amendment also makes the public aware of the basis for the rates we are charged. All the rules used to calculate how much consumers pay for electricity must be made available to the public, including any changes to these rules. The ERC and Meralco must publish these rules and any related decisions they make about rates. This transparency will allow the public to see how their electricity bills are determined and challenge any unfair rates. The lack of publication of the RDWR for the fourth regulatory period directly led to the lapse of the period and the continued application of a higher weighted average cost of capital or WACC, depriving consumers of potential cost savings. The failure of both Meralco and the Philippine Electric Plant Owners Association, PEPOA, to publish the RDWR, despite repeated reminders from the ERC, shows a disregard for transparency and accountability. This amendment aims to prevent such occurrences by mandating public disclosure of all relevant rate-setting rules and decisions. So of the previously proposed amendment, Mr. President, I so move.
Mr. President, may I respond?
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, first of all, let me thank the distinguished lady, our Deputy Minority Leader, for bringing this up. We debated on this during the period of interpellations, and let me point out, Mr. President, that the Energy Regulatory Commission already introduced new procedural safeguards in its revised rules of practice and procedure to ensure that the delayed publication of rules for setting distribution wheeling rates, or RDWR, will not happen in the future regulatory periods. It is now, Mr. President, the ERC that shoulders the publication costs as in the latest rules for the fifth regulatory period. Again, Mr. President, we'd like to point out that it is not the fault of the distribution utility or Meralco, for that matter, why the rules RDWR were not published in the fourth regulatory period. The delay of 7 years happened because of many factors. In fact, Mr. President, if you recall, the Ombudsman even suspended ERC commissioners for 1 year in 2017. Meralco exercised its right to procedural process to request clarifications on costs and the process of publication, the status of pending resets for the third regulatory period, and whether the rules would apply equally to all distribution utilities or just Group A of distribution utilities. So again, Mr. President, as we mentioned during the interpellations, systems are in place and mechanisms are in place to ensure transparency and accountability. And so with that, we are sorry to say that we are not in favor, and we are not carrying, Mr. President, the proposed amendment.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. For the record, if the matter of application of this proposed amendment to other distribution utilities, smaller though they are than Meralco, this representation could have also made it of record that since Meralco is the largest, then it would have set a good precedent for the rest of the distribution sector of our energy sector. And if the grantee or the franchise, the grantee applicant intends anyway to comply with the new rules that ERC has introduced, to participate fully in the new systems and mechanisms, and would work with ERC to ensure that any wrong practices in the past will not happen again. Then, for the record, Mr. President, good sponsor, it's just regrettable that the grantee is not agreeable to including this publication of rate-setting rules in the franchise. So, for the record, Mr. President, good sponsor. And moving on to my second
Thank you, Mr.
proposed
President.
amendment on the definition and limitation of the regulatory asset base, or RAB. Mr. President, my second amendment is still on Section 6 on rates for services to add a subsequent paragraph to my previous amendment or previous proposed amendment that shall read, provided the regulatory asset base, RAB, shall be defined as the value of assets directly and exclusively used for the distribution of electricity and funded by the grantee's own debt or equity. The RAB shall specifically exclude assets funded by customer deposits, provisions for losses, long-term employee benefits, refundable deposits, and other non-current liabilities, as these are not funded by Meralco's debt or equity. Meralco shall submit detailed annual reports on all items included and excluded from the RAB, including their source of funding and valuation methodology. Failure to adhere to this definition by the grantee in any official report, application, process, or proceeding before any tribunal, administrative body, or any other body or office of government shall be deemed a violation of this franchise. For the record, Mr. President, would sponsor, this amendment prevents overcollection by making it clear that consumer deposits, liabilities, and other non-capital assets cannot be included in the RAB. This amendment clearly defines the assets that can be part of the RAB, making future valuations easier to audit. The assets that Meralco can include in its rate calculations or the regulatory asset base should be limited to only those assets that were funded by Meralco's own money and loans, not by customer payments like deposits. This ensures consumers are not charged twice for assets they already paid for. This definition must be clear and must be used when calculating the rate that Meralco is allowed to charge. Meralco has been including items in the RAB that should not be included, such as customer deposits and other liabilities, which are not funded by Meralco's own debt or equity. This results in overcollection from consumers. There is also a disagreement, good sponsor, Mr. President, on whether the RAB includes inflation. The potential for double charging for inflation because the RAB is valued at replacement cost and then a nominal WACC is applied to it further highlights this issue. This amendment aims to clarify and limit what can be included in the RAB or assets entitled to returns, preventing Meralco from improperly profiting by including assets that are not funded by its own capital and ensuring that consumers are not charged twice for the same thing. So for the earlier proposed amendment, Mr. President, good sponsor, I so move.
Mr. President, if I may, and I think, Mr. President, even during the interpellations on this particular measure, let me just put on record, Mr. President, that we beg to disagree with the statements made by our distinguished colleague, as the grantee keeps on telling us here in this podium that Meralco does not use customer deposits as a source of capex, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I'm afraid that if Congress sets the regulatory asset-based definition in a franchise bill, ERC loses its ability to adjust regulations based on new data, economic conditions, or even industry changes, Mr. President. This could lead to rigid, outdated policies that fail to protect consumers or ensure efficient regulation. Mr. President, if the definition of regulatory asset base is included in one distribution utilities franchise, but not in others, again, I'm afraid, Mr. President, that this might or could lead to a violation of equal protection clause and result in a non-level playing field for all the use. Mr. President, under the performance-based regulation, ERC, and may I be allowed to show a table here, Mr. President. ERC already defines the regulatory asset base or the RAB in its rules for distribution wheeling rates or the RDWR. As Mr. President, I'm sorry if it's too small. those assets employed by a regulated entity to provide efficient, regulated distribution services. It merely just shows, Mr. President, it covers the regulated distribution system assets as well as the non-system assets required to support the delivery of regulated distribution services. The list of items included in the RAB, which do not include items, Mr. President, as being shown here, listed by SRH, consumer deposits, liabilities, and non-capital assets. So with that, Mr. President, may I respectfully we cannot, Mr. President, accept the proposal of the distinguished lady from Panay Island, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Again, if there had been either a full or even partial acceptance of the amendment, it could have been made clear in the language of the franchise that whatever would be applied to Meralco could also include other DUs franchises, or such could have been made of record for future franchise deliberations, Mr. President. And as to the point, good sponsor, that if accepted, this amendment would cause the ERC to lose its ability to adjust regulations. Again, Congress could have attempted to exercise its policymaking powers to make it clear that since ERC would remain the regulatory body for the distribution utility, which is Meralco, that it would have, Congress could have provided that there should be a way for the ERC to still adjust regulations moving forward. So for the record, yes, good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, we understand. But I think, Mr. President, you and I would agree that this is a franchise, Mr. President. And perhaps we can look and revisit our EPIRA law. In fact,
Yes.
Mr. President, this representation is a strong believer in calling for accountability, which is why we co-authored Senate Bill number 2746, known as the Revised Government Auditing Act. This bill was substituted by Senate Bill number 2907 under Committee Report number 436. And we note for the record that this measure is already in the period of interpellations, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. This representation fully agrees with the good sponsor about the need to revisit, amend, or otherwise replace in an updated fashion the EPIRA. And speaking of the Revised Government Auditing Act, I'll move on, Mr. President, to my third proposed amendment on an independent audit of Meralco's financial data. Mr. President, my next amendment is in Section 17 on reportorial requirement.
May we get the page?
Yes,
Ron?
Mr. President, that's on page 7, line 27.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, where I propose to insert a new phrase that shall read, furthermore, the grantee shall, on an annual basis, submit to the Commission on Audit and to an independent auditor as selected and duly authorized by the Commission on Audit, its current and past financial statements, uniform reportorial requirements, URR, and all supporting documents related to the calculation of its annual revenue requirement, ARR, including but not limited to the regulatory asset base, RAB, weighted average cost of capital, WACC, operating and maintenance expenses, capital expenditures, depreciation schedules, related party transactions, and provisions for losses. The independent auditor shall be an agent of the Commission on Audit, and it shall conduct a comprehensive audit in coordination with the Energy Regulatory Commission to ensure the accuracy and prudence of all declared costs and expenses, and to determine if the rates charged to consumers are just, reasonable, and in the least cost manner. The findings of such audit shall be made publicly available within 30 days of completion, subject only to limitations on the basis of national security. And for the record, good sponsor, Mr. President, this amendment addresses the regulatory failures by creating an additional layer of oversight with the COA. This amendment addresses the need to determine whether assets financed by consumers or through over-recovery are being used in the computation of the regulatory asset base and the weighted average cost of capital. This amendment addresses the issue of Meralco's excessive charges collected. The Commission on Audit has a crucial role in ensuring the accountability and transparency of public utilities. The COA's mandate extends to auditing the books, records, and accounts of public utilities, such as Meralco, to determine if the rates they charge are reasonable and just. This role is not solely reactive, but also proactive, in that it supports regulatory agencies like the Energy Regulatory Commission and the Metropolitan Waterworks and Sewerage System, as it has done so in the past. The COA can conduct audits on its own initiative, based on its mandate, or at the request of citizens or regulatory agencies. These audits are essential for providing an independent assessment of the financial practices of public utilities, ensuring that their operations align with the principles of least cost and just and reasonable rates. This function is especially critical when related party transactions, infrastructure investments, and complex financial arrangements are involved. The COA's involvement acts as a check on the regulatory process and prevents arbitrary or excessive rate setting. To ensure that Meralco is not overcharging customers, an independent auditor, such as the Commission on Audit, should review all of Meralco's financial records, including how they value their assets, how much they are spending, and how much they are making from the rates charged to consumers. This audit should be done regularly, and the findings should be made public. The audit should also look closely at any deals or transactions Meralco makes with companies that are owned by or related to Meralco. There is evidence that the ERC has not been effective in ensuring fair rates for consumers. The ERC failed to publish the rules for distribution and wheeling rates, RDWR, leading to the application of a higher weighted average cost of capital, WACC, than what was recommended by their consultant. This failure to implement the lower WACC has resulted in Meralco potentially overcharging consumers. Meralco also has not complied with an ERC order to reconduct asset valuation for 8 years. The lack of transparency in Meralco's financial reporting, including the lack of disclosure on the movements of the account for provision of losses and the potential for double charging for inflation, further underscores the need for an independent audit. So on the earlier proposed amendment, Mr. President, I so move.
What does the sponsor say?
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Mr. President, let me first say, Mr. President, that in Section 18 of the franchise bill that we are proposing, there is a penalty of 1 million pesos per day of non-compliance. And again, it's already in Section 18. Mr. President, it would be more appropriate, perhaps, as I was listening attentively to the proposed amendment, perhaps to amend Presidential Decree number 1445 or the Government Auditing Code if we are to ensure equal protection for all distribution utilities. Number two, Mr. President, we already sought the wisdom and opinion of the Energy Regulatory Commission. We were informed, Mr. President, that the ERC advises against making specific terms or mechanisms into law for Meralco because IPIRA already gives the Regulatory Commission the flexibility to change regulations as needed, Mr. President. Now, if these terms, Mr. President, are fixed by law, then ERC might or will lose its ability to adjust the rules, which might hurt consumers in the future if the framework becomes outdated. Mr. President, may I also put into the records of this August chamber that there are also safeguards to check a distribution utility for anti-competitive behavior. Number one, ERC's first level of review of power supply agreements. And number two, ERC's memorandum of agreement with the Philippine Competition Commission. We tackled this yesterday together with our resident energy expert, Senator Win Gatchalian. And Mr. President, the rate reset methodology under the performance-based regulation or PBR framework is already there, and it's providing the level of review on the reasonableness and the fairness of the distribution utility rates, Mr. President. So again, Mr. President, with a heavy heart, Mr. President, we cannot accept the proposed individual amendments by the distinguished lady from Capiz. From
Thank
Panay,
you.
sorry.
That's all right, Mr. President. Capiz is on Panay Island.
Panay.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Again, no problem with the principle of ensuring equal protection for all DUs. We could have Congress or Senate first, and the whole Congress could have made allowances for that, even in addition to potentially accepting this proposed amendment. I noted also the suggestions or counter proposal of the good sponsor about amending PD 1445. And I take that in the same spirit as the earlier discussion about reviewing and amending or more than amending the EPIRA. And though I heard
Perhaps,
what the
Mr.
good
President, if
sponsor
I
said.
may also
Yes, Mr.
put into the
President.
record, because I think Congress is now in the process of revising PD 1445 or the government auditing code. Mr. President, this contains yung section 38 po, which authorizes COA to conduct audits of public utilities, particularly to examine and audit their books, their records, and accounts of public utilities. This is in connection with the fixing of rates of every nature or in relation to the proceedings of the proper regulatory agencies for purposes of determining franchise taxes, Mr. President. Just to put on record, Mr. President.
Thank you, good sponsor. If the good sponsor looks favorably on section 38 in the Presidential Decree 1445, point of clarification, is he reconsidering not accepting my proposed amendment, Mr. President? Since it is in the same spirit, and we do seek companion measures, we seek complementarity in our policy framework.
Yeah,
Just to clarify, Mr.
Yes,
President.
we'd love to, Mr. President, but this will single out the distribution utility or Meralco for that matter, Mr. President.
Thank you, good
May the
sponsor.
chair
Yes, Mr.
interject?
President.
Chair will research on the principle of the Bartap Natcher is staring at me, pari passu, to look at possibilities of trying to find ways that certain provisions be made applicable equally to other franchise holders, but for future reference of this chamber with other franchise applications, in order to arm the members with possible arguments for or against a particular position.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I look forward with great interest in the advice that the good Senate President will give our chamber on this principle of pari passu. It's just too bad that we will be missing the opportunity to try it out with the single most important distribution utility on the island of Luzon, if not in the whole Philippines. And lastly, Mr. President,
President, let me
Yes,
point out
good
also
sponsor.
that the ongoing po yung interpellations dito sa panukalang batas na ating binabanggit.
yes, Mr. Good sponsor.
I hope that we'll be able to talk it further in that particular measure that is already under the interpellation, Mr. President, in this August chamber.
And lastly, good sponsor, Mr. President, yes, good sponsor? Yes.
Being asked by the minority leader.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, good sponsor. So just lastly, Mr. President, for the record, though the ERC, prior the research on the principle of pari passu, advised against making specific provisions in individual franchises because they said the EPIRA already gives them a relevant mandate. And I did hear clearly the good sponsors say there are already existing safeguards, including the ERC's first level review and the commission's MOA with the Philippine Competition Commission. And I failed to read my handwriting. Another level of review elsewhere in our laws. Still, apparently, they have not been sufficient in the past years, more than a decade, to lay to rest the reality or the perception of problems that sought to be addressed by the proposed amendments of this representation. I'm also sorry that I was under the wrong impression that all but one of my proposed amendments would be rejected. So, but I guess we will live to fight another day, and including in the legislative processes indicated both by the good sponsor and Mr. President. So thank you very much for good sponsor.
Our due
Maraming
thanks,
salamat, Mr.
our
President.
due thanks as well to the Honorable Risa Ontiveros, Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, our Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual.
Any
amendments.
objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading, House Bill number 10926. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Aforementioned bill is approved in second reading.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority Floor
President.
Leader.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 10926.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is seeking the floor to deliver a short manifestation.
What is
I
the
move that he
pleasure
be
of the
recognized.
Honorable Gatchalian?
President, I'm here to report to the body the second year report of EDCOM. If the body will allow me to give my report, Mr. President.
The gentleman may proceed, and as per his own estimation, the gentleman has 10 minutes.
I might have underestimated my own estimation, Mr. President. But Mr. President, before I give my speech, allow me to again greet our dignitaries for today. Let me greet Her Excellency Laure Bufel, the Ambassador of the United Kingdom of the Philippines. Let me also greet Dr. Moya Colette, the Charge d'Affaires of the Australian Government, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Let me also greet our very own Senator Sani Angara, the Secretary of the Department of Education. Let me also greet all the EDCOM 2 Advisory Council and Standing Committee members. Let me also greet all the EDCOM 2 partner organizations from the academe, industry, and research organization. Mr. President, honorable colleagues, allow me to address you all today as the co-chairperson of the Second Congressional Commission on Education, or EDCOM 2, which formally submits to Congress the EDCOM Year 2 report entitled Fixing the Foundations. This is in line with our mandate under Republic Act number 11899 to report to Congress its accomplishments on a periodic basis, its findings and recommendations on actions taken by Congress, the departments, and other government agencies concerned with education. In our first year at EDCOM, we confronted the harsh realities embedded in our education system, such as systemic issues of underinvestment, disjointed governance, and inequitable access to quality education that have plagued our nation for decades. The data illuminated what we call miseducation, or poorly delivered education, resulting from a system that struggles to deliver a complete, adequate, and integrated system of education. These issues range from stunting in the early years, the inaccessibility of early childhood education, the decade-long challenge of delivering textbooks, and multitude of interagency bodies that DepEd, CHED, TESDA need to attend to on top of their most important task, that is, to ensure learning for all Filipinos. As we mark our second year as a commission and submit our Year 2 report, we sharpen our focus and refine our understanding of the structural roots of these challenges. The message is clear and unambiguous. We need to fix the very foundations of the system. We must realign our priorities to the earliest stages of education, from the stunted growth of early learners to deep deficits in literacy and numeracy. These problems do not just hinder our individual potential, they reverberate throughout a lifetime. They limit opportunities, perpetuate poverty, and stifle national progress. Swiftly addressing our learning crisis is not just a matter of educational aspiration. It is a matter of national survival. Education reform is no longer a lofty goal. It is an urgent imperative. To this end, we must first address the most vulnerable stages, early childhood education and nutrition. Despite the overwhelming evidence of its importance, the reality is that early childhood care and development, or ECCD, remains neglected. Only 25% of children meet the recommended energy intake between 6 to 12 months. Among the poor, as much as 80% are not able to receive the nutrition they require during the first 1,000 days of life. To further aggravate the situation, 5,800 barangays remain without Child Development Center, despite the enactment of Republic Act number 9672 of 1990, which requires the establishment of a daycare center in every barangay in the country. Parents are further limited by practical barriers such as distance to child development centers, the cost of transportation, and the need to work. Our initial studies also highlight how as many as 40% of parents migrate elsewhere to work while their children are young, further challenging ECCD provision. To remedy this, investment in ECCD must increase and be equitably distributed. With the support of Congress, the General Appropriations Act of 2025 includes an allocation of 80 million pesos for TESDA scholarship for child development workers and 24 million pesos to establish child development centers in unserved areas. These are important first steps. However, it is imperative for us to squarely and consistently address these gaps. We hope that with the impending passage of the amending law to Early Years Act of 2013, which has passed both houses, we will effect lasting and meaningful reform for early childhood. Next, we turn our attention to the foundations of primary education, where the situation is similarly dire. The foundational years, kindergarten to grade 3, are the bedrock upon which a child's future learning is built. Notably, this stage is called the primary years, not only because it comes ahead of other levels, but because it is critical because of its critical importance. Yet, far too many students are failing behind, entering grade 4 with skills equivalent to grade 2 or grade 3. In an upcoming UNICEF study details that even before the pandemic, most grade 4 students have been performing at least a year below curriculum standards in math and literacy. This means that while we expect grade 3 students to be able to divide 3-digit numbers, their actual competency is adding single-digit ones. This gap in foundational skills not only compounds as they move through the system, some all the way up to high school. If we fail to address this problem squarely, it is bound to result in high dropout rates and poor achievement, undermining our aspirations for high school, TVET, and higher education. I now turn to issues on curriculum. While the Matatag curriculum reforms have been welcomed by teachers, it continues to be hampered by implementation concerns. Foremost, in the delivery of textbooks. For grades 1, 4, 7, only 35 out of 90 textbooks titles have been successfully delivered to students halfway through the school year. School days have also been repeatedly interrupted by class suspensions. DepEd data shows that out of 88 school days from June to December of 2024, several divisions in the Cordillera Administrative Region have already lost 42 days, almost 1 of 2 quarters. Meanwhile, Calabarzon has lost 38 days, Region 2 with 36 days, and Region 1 with 33 days, resulting in major setbacks in learning. Another reform that we have undertaken with the help of our colleagues is the discontinuation of the mother tongue-based multilingual education under Republic Act number 12027. The use of mother tongue as medium of instruction from kindergarten to grade 3, which is provided under Republic Act number 10533, is discontinued. The medium of instruction reverted to Filipino and, until otherwise provided by law, English, pursuant to Article 14, Section 7 of the 1987 Constitution. Under this new law, regional languages shall serve as auxiliary media of instruction. The law permits, however, the use of MTB-MLE in monolingual classes where they work best. This reform seeks to address the challenges that hounded the implementation of MTB-MLE, including the lack of expertise, readiness, and learning materials in our schools, all of which affected how teachers deliver instruction and how learners absorb their lessons. Learning recovery programs must also be revisited and revamped. The National Reading Program, the National Math Program, the National Science and Technology Program have been delayed, and existing catch-up programs have reached only a fraction of students who need them most. We must also ensure that these programs are fully funded and effectively reach the students who are struggling. Let me also emphasize RA 12028, or the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Program Act, was signed into law on October 6, 2024, which would not have been possible without the support of our colleagues. Through this landmark law, we can provide interventions to learners in need, especially those who are struggling to meet minimum proficiency levels required in reading, mathematics, and science. Equally, we must likewise turn our attention to our best and brightest students. While other countries, including South Korea, China, Australia, and Europe, aim to nurture and support at least their top 3%, a generous estimation of our current efforts is only 1% of the 27.1 million learners. We can do better than this, Mr. President. In the Philippine Science High School system, for instance, its 16 campuses nationwide received nearly 50,000 applicants in the past 3 years. Despite its extremely competitive examinations, 23% of the applicants passed. However, more than 5,800 students had to be turned away due to lack of slots and resources. Similar issues are faced by DepEd science high schools and special science programs all over the country. While we focus on addressing basic issues like literacy and numeracy, we must also do more to ensure that the brightest Filipino minds, no matter their backgrounds, are nurtured and given the opportunities they deserve. We also cannot ignore the critical issue of school infrastructure. With a backlog of 165,000 classrooms, many schools resort to multiple shifting schedules and alternative delivery modes. We must not only increase funding for classroom construction, we also need to tap into essential partnerships with the private sector to ensure that every child, no matter where they live, has access to a safe and conducive learning environment. Despite the passage of Republic Act number 11510, or the Alternative Learning System Act of 2020, the ALS program has fallen short of its potential, with many provisions still without implementing guidelines from the concerned agencies. Of the 4.9 million out-of-school youth, only 600,000 have been reached by the ALS program, and only 300,000 of them complete their studies. Mr. President, colleagues, any working education requires that we have robust pathways, not just in formal education, but also in non-formal and informal ones. We need to make sure that we are not leaving any learner behind. The EDCOM Year 2 report also details the insidious issue of bullying, a silent and persistent threat to our students' well-being and learning. Studies have shown that the Philippines has become the bullying capital of the world based on data from the Program for International Student Assessment and South Asia Preliminary Primary Learning Matrix. We must take stronger action. EDCOM calls for an immediate review and amendment of the IRR of the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013 so that it is updated and enhanced to meet the realities of schools today. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues for the passage of Republic Act number 12080, or the Basic Education, Mental Health and Wellbeing Promotions Act, which will go a long way in easing the severe gap of guidance counselors in our school and bring into line comprehensive mental health initiatives for basic education institutions. Higher education also finds itself in a critical juncture. Following the passage of RA 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education, we stand proud that with the high participation rate of 35%. However, regional disparities are stark. In BARM, only 18.7% attend college. In the Bicol region, only 24.6%. The attrition rate is also alarmingly high, at 39% nationwide. Meanwhile, in BARM, of the 100 that attend college, only 7 eventually complete. These underscore the need for targeted interventions, not only for equitable access, but also for equitable completion. Thanks to the support of our colleagues, we have advocated successfully for the prioritization of the poorest of the poor in the implementation of the tertiary education subsidy, consistent with the intent of the law. This program has increased the share of the poorest grantees from 0 in 2022-2023 to 27% in 2023-2024. We call on our colleagues to join us in amending the law to ensure that the poorest who are able to finish high school are guaranteed slots in the government's TES program. This would support more than 500,000 students from 4Ps family in actually pursuing a college education, similar to our aim when we authored the law in 2018. After all, as President Ramon Magsaysay said, those who have less in life must have more in law. When it comes to teacher education, we have discovered that 62% of our high school teachers are teaching subjects outside their college major, leading to a lack of subject-specific expertise, especially in the sciences. In our many consultations with teachers, we have seen the struggles of English majors teaching physics or Filipino majors teaching math. We have also heard the pleas of early childhood teachers who are forced to take the licensure exam for elementary, and of PE majors being forced to take licensure for MAPE, which includes music and arts. These supply and demand issues need to be addressed at the soonest possible time, beginning with the design of the teacher education curriculum and the content of the board licensure examination for teachers, to the hiring practices of DepEd. We commend DepEd and the Teacher Education Council for fast-tracking the full operationalization of its strengthened secretariat. We count on the TEC together with DepEd, CHED, and PRC to address this severe misalignment in teacher education, while we do our part in amending RA 7836, or the Philippines Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994. We also thank our former colleague and DepEd Secretary Sunny Angara for promptly and finally signing the IRR of the expanded career progression system on his second week in office, 2 years after the issuance of the executive order in 2022. It gives our public school teachers opportunities for career advancement, no longer having to wait for 15 years to go from teacher 1 to teacher 3. As we speak, we are likewise hard at work cementing a future-proofing career progression through legislation. One of the most glaring findings of the Commission this year was also the lack of principals on the ground. Out of 45,199 public schools, more than half currently do not have principals, with thousands of schools not even having plantilla items, most times contrary to DepEd's own policies, which were crafted in 1997 that have not been reviewed, updated, nor monitored. Expecting school reforms to take place without a school principal is like expecting an orchestra to play harmoniously without a conductor. Effective school-level reform requires strong school leadership. We call on our colleagues and the DepEd leadership to address this gap urgently. In technical vocational education and training, or TVET, we passed RA 12063, or the Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework Act, principally authored by our EDCOM Commissioner, Senator Joel Villanueva and Congressman Mark Go, our other EDCOM commissioners, and by yours truly last November. This law is bound to transform technical vocational education in the country, incentivizing industry to participate and lead efforts in upskilling, support the scaling up of apprenticeship programs, and enable genuine access to incentives as initially envisioned under the Dual Training System Law of 1994, consistent with the recommendation of the first EDCOM. Under the leadership of our former colleague and now TESDA Secretary Kiko Benitez, we anticipate game-changing reforms in TVET with a focus on ramping up higher-level skills programs, expanding of industry boards, and deepening TESDA's collaboration with industry, and a clear-sighted plan towards ensuring that each TVET graduate gains quality employment. Last year, we echoed the concern of many about the lack of coordination across our education agencies following the trifocalization proposed by the first EDCOM in 1990s, leading to the establishment of DepEd, CHED, and TESDA. Remarkably, while there has not been sustained formal coordination among these three bodies, we listed more than 68 interagency groups they need to attend on top of their daily responsibilities, none of which, if we may add, focusing on learning. To remedy this, we urge the President in July to create a cabinet cluster for education that would ensure coherent planning, budgeting, and monitoring of system-level priorities. We iterate our call for the creation of this body to ensure that there is a common vision and direction and a venue for regular coordination on education concerns. Finally, we turn to the perennial issue of education funding. Despite substantial increases since 2017, deeper scrutiny would reveal how most educational resources have in fact gone to senior high school and other higher education, while the early years remain unfunded, with huge deficits in classroom, teachers, and principals. This contrasts the experiences of many education systems, such as Vietnam and Peru, that have dramatically improved learning in their country. We need to go back to the basics and prioritize the earliest years, early childhood and primary education, because these are the foundations upon which all further learning will be built upon. Not surprisingly, in DepEd's Basic Education Development Plan, or BEDP 2030, we find that only 8 out of the 88 targets focused on learning. All of these findings point to a clear and singular message. We must act to fix the foundations of our education system. It is imperative that as we face an avalanche of concerns, we sift through the list of we sift through the list and prioritize those that are foundational for our students. This is early childhood education, nutrition in the first 1,000 days, and literacy by the end of grade 3. These are not just benchmarks, they are lifelines. If we fail to establish these primary basic needs, the rest of the structure cannot stand, or worse, will stand on hollow ground. It is only by fixing the foundations of our system could we build one that fulfills the promise of our people and the demands of this period of our history and next. Thus, as we release our Year 2 report, we renew our call to action. We urge our colleagues to read the Year 2 EDCOM report, to read the two EDCOM reports closely, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the challenges faced by our system, and to join us in our efforts to address these ills. As EDCOM begins its third year and final year, we will complete our mandate under the law and deliver to Congress by the end of this year a national education and workforce development plan that sets a clear blueprint for long-term sustained reform that details targets, priorities, as well as budgetary and policy needs to, once and for all, avert our learning crisis. After all, the reforms we aspire to achieve will not happen overnight, as the kinder students of today will only graduate grade 3 in 2029, senior high school in 2038, and college in 2042. Before I end, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our leadership and our colleagues for their abiding support to the Commission, hardworking and extremely productive commissioners, namely Co-Chairperson Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Lauren Legarda, and Senator Coco Pimentel. Likewise, I would like to thank our Advisory Council and Standing Committee members for their tireless work, and the Technical Secretariat and staff of the Commissioners for their resolute commitment to education. We also thank our partner organizations, universities, and champions who have with EDCOM since day one to help us carry out our collective mission. Together, let us turn this crisis into an opportunity to rebuild and to create an education system which benefits the boundless potential of the Filipino people. Real change does not happen in reports or in legislative chambers. It is actively pursued and dreamed of in every classroom, in every home, in every community, and in the hearts and minds of learners and educators across the nation. Together, let us forge a new path toward a brighter future for Philippine education, one that we hope will be worthy of the Filipino people. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. May we remind the gallery to kindly avoid any applause.
Mr. President.
Duly noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Mr. President, I was supposed to just give a short manifestation of support to the EDCOM year-end report, but may I just be allowed to just insert into the records, Mr. President, my manifestation of support.
Definitely,
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
Honor.
President.
You may insert into the records your manifestation in connection with the EDCOM to report. What is the pleasure
Senator Pia Cayetano is seeking
of the Honorable Pia Cayetano?
Mr. President, as a former commissioner of EDCOM, I just want to congratulate our chairman, all the commissioners, and all the stakeholders for a job well done. A lot, if not all, of the output of the education committees are based on the recommendations of EDCOM. As former chair of the Committee on Education in the Senate many years ago, and currently handling the budget of Department of Education for 6 years, and CHED for 6 years, and all the SUCs, The work that EDCOM produces is invaluable. So keep up the good work and thank you for your dedication. Most of these people are unpaid, voluntary work, and we really appreciate the time that you've put in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we recognize Senator Joel Villanueva, there are some personalities amidst the plenary that should be recognized as Congressman Arnel T., Secretary Carlito Galvez, and the members of the Presidential Advisor on Peace and Reconciliation Unity Office. The President may recognize the said.
The aforementioned guests are welcome to the Senate, to our aforementioned guests.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 475 on Senate Bill number 2960. This is the bill on the Lifelong Learning Development Framework. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the measure without prejudice to inserting the entire bill, the entire text of the bill into the records.
Senate Bill number 2960, an act institutionalizing the lifelong learning development framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10968, otherwise known as the Philippine Qualifications Framework Act, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Majority Floor Leader.
Sponsor the measure. I move to recognize Senator Joel Villanueva, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Philippine Qualifications Framework, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Villanueva is recognized to deliver his sponsorship remarks on the measure.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, it is my honor and privilege to sponsor Senate Bill number 2960, or the Lifelong Learning Development Framework Act, under Committee Report number 475, in substitution to Senate Bill number 364, filed by this representation, and Senate Bill number 2072, filed by our Senate President Pro Tem Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Mr. President, earlier this afternoon, you and I, together with our distinguished colleagues here, Senators Cayetano and Legarda, attended the significant milestone for EDCOM 2 through the launching of its Year 2 report entitled Fixing the Foundations, a Matter of National Survival. And we are very happy that our former colleague, now Secretary of DepEd, who is not listening to me right now, is inside the plenary, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I read through the report of EDCOM, I realize that while early childhood and primary education provide the foundation, lifelong learning is the superstructure that builds on it. Without a solid foundation, Mr. President, we cannot truly achieve lifelong learning for all Filipinos. This is why this bill is endorsed by EDCOM 2 and is a top priority for our technical working group on TVET and lifelong learning. Mr. President, gumugugol po ang bawat Pilipino ng 12 taon sa basic education, 4 na taon hanggang 5 taon sa kolehiyo. At kung kukuha pa po siya ng masteral degree at PhD, dagdag na 2 o higit pang mga taon. Kung susumahin po, Ginoong Pangulo, nasa mahigit 20 taon nasa eskwelahan o formal education ang isang Pilipino bago pa man po siya pumasok sa world of work. Kung magsisimula po siyang magtrabaho sa edad 25, may halos 35 hanggat 40 taon bago niya maabot ang pagriretiro sa edad na 60 o 65. Di hamak po na mas mahaba ito kumpara sa mga taong ginugol niya sa paaralan. Ang tanong ko po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa mas mahabang bahagi ng buhay ng isang Pilipino matapos makagraduate, saan siya kukuha ng kaalaman o kasanayan hanggang marating po niya ang kanyang age of retirement? Kapag po nakagraduate na o kapag retirado na, tapos na rin ba ang pagkatuto? Nabibigyan ba ng pagkakataong matuto ng mga bagong life skills, sina lolo at lola, lalo na po ang paggamit ng computer. Saan po pupunta ang mga out-of-school youth para muling maenganyong mag-aral? O yung mga busy sa paghahanap buhay pero gustong matuto ng mga bagong kaalaman sa pagnenegosyo? Kayo na po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa inyong speech kanina ng ating Senate President, na kailangan i-embrace natin ang artificial intelligence. So President, in today's fast-changing world, marked by rapid technological advancements, education and training must transcend the traditional confines of schools. It must evolve into a lifelong and life-wide process. The challenges of today and the demands of tomorrow call for a more adaptive and forward-thinking approach to learning. Kaya po, maraming mga industriya at employer ang kumikilala na ngayon sa mga tinatawag na micro-credentials, digital badges, at iba't ibang uri ng mga stackable qualifications na ito po ay magbibigay daan sa pangarap at pinapangarap natin, Ginoong Pangulo, na supermarket of competencies para sa mga Pilipino. Marami na rin po na mga bansa ang nagpapatupad ng kani-kanilang mga lifelong learning framework tulad ng Skills Future ng Singapore at Liberal Audit Education ng Finland. Recognizing this, Mr. President, we institutionalized the Philippine Qualifications Framework or the PQF Act or Republic Act number 10968 in 2017 to motivate continuous learning and offer incentives for lifelong education. The question now, Mr. President, is how can the PQF more effectively promote lifelong learning for all Filipinos? Today, we are amending the PQF law and expanding the mandate of the PQF National Coordinating Council and even its membership by including the Department of Interior and Local Government and the Department of Trade and Industry to help ensure that every Filipino has access to lifelong learning opportunities. The proposed Lifelong Learning Development Framework Act seeks to institutionalize a culture of continuous learning, enabling every Filipino, regardless of age or circumstance, to acquire the skills and knowledge needed to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Halimbawa po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang bilang ng mga kabataang not in education, employment and training or NEET ay umaabot na po sa 3.88 million or 19.4% ng ating youth population. Karamihan po sa kanila ay economically inactive na dapat ay may access sa mga continuous learning opportunities. According to UNESCO, Mr. President, lifelong learning is rooted in the integration of learning and living, encompassing lifelong and life-wide learning for people of all ages, delivered through various modalities to meet a wide range of learning needs and demands. In other words, Mr. President, learning occurs from womb to tomb. This cradle-to-grave concept challenges the rigidity of our education system. And to address this, we need a new framework that makes education seamless, borderless, and flexible. We need a framework that recognizes and credits the learning outcomes, whether these are achieved in formal institutions at work or in communities or in other learning modes, whether formal, non-formal, or informal. This bill is a direct response to that need. Through this measure, we will be able to designate learning municipalities and learning cities. This will institutionalize lifelong learning through the initiatives and steerage of communities and local government units. Mr. President, isa po sa mga matagumpay na mga syudad sa bansa ay kinikilala maging ng UNESCO sa mga lifelong learning activities nito, katulad ng binahagi natin kanina sa EDCOM 2, yung pong Balanga City. Yung Balanga City, Ginoong Pangulo, nakapagpatayo po sila ng barangay learning hub sa lahat ng kanilang 21 barangays. Meron pa po silang Learning Barangay Week, computer literacy training, school learning hubs, education summit, at marami pang iba. Katunayan, Ginoong Pangulo, naglaan po ang LGU ng 2,300 hectares para gawin itong isang university town. Gagawin po nilang area ito sa ilalim ng City Ordinance number 18 at lakip po nito ang layunin na gawing isang smart university town ang Balanga City sa taong 2030. Nandito po kasama natin si Congressman, dating City Mayor at ngayon Congressman Abet Garcia, Mr. President. The bill mandates the formulation of a master plan that shall develop the guidelines for the designation of learning cities and municipalities. Mr. President, napanood ko po si Tim Cook, ang CEO ng Apple, na sinasagot po ang tanong kung bakit nga ba nasa China ang manufacturing ng mga Apple products. Hindi raw po dahil sa low labor cost, kundi dahil sa quantity ng skill sa kanilang mga lugar sa China. Cook also mentioned that the tooling skill and vocational expertise in China is very deep. I believe that we can gradually achieve this standard by designating learning cities and municipalities and pursuing a master plan. Senate Bill number 2960 will also scale micro-credential incentives, promote transferable skills development, and recognize alternative learning certifications through the Philippine Credit Transfer System or PCTS and the Philippine Qualifications Register or Philippines QR. Makikinabang po rito ang marami nating mga kababayan, hindi po nakapagtapos ng kolehiyo subalit maagang sumabak sa pagtatrabaho sa pamamagitan ng ALS, ETIAP at Philippine Competency Assessment and Certification System. Higit po sa lahat, magkakaroon po ang mga early school leavers ng mga masiglang pathways to further learning. Sir President, the LLDF builds on our efforts for the past 10 years in legislating initiatives that allow for the promotion and operationalization of lifelong learning like the PQF, Trabaho para sa Bayan Act, Enterprise-Based Education and Training Framework Act or IBET, and the Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program or ETIAP. We need to learn throughout life. We can no longer navigate and face the challenges of modern life by only relying on what we have learned in school or in college. Rapid advancements in technology and automation have created an urgent need for us to continue learning and upskill our talents. Mr. President, the LLDF will be a pivotal in enabling Filipinos to upskill and reskill continuously. Kasama po natin ang DepEd, TESDA at CHED, gayud din ang DOLE, DTI, DILG at maging ang ILO, PIBED at ilang pang mga local government units sa pagsusulong ng isang framework o balangkas para po sa lifelong learning ng mga Pilipino. Kasama rin po ang NEDA sa ating pagsusulong sa layunin ng lifelong learning development sa Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. This is why, Mr. President, we earnestly seek the support of our colleagues in the swift passage of this very important measure because together, we will ensure that no one is left behind and that every individual has the opportunity to thrive from their first steps in education to their final stages of life. Muli, maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Noted, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2960. So move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. With the permission of the body, Chair would like to suspend the session in order to afford the EDCOM 2 committee members to turn over a copy formally to the Senate. So may I invite the chairperson of EDCOM 2, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Angara, as well as the EDCOM 2 family to kindly ascend the rostrum for the official turnover of the EDCOM 2 report. Session is suspended.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda as well as Senator Jingoy Estrada would like to have their co-sponsorship speeches inserted into the records for Senate Bill number 2960.
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, Secretary is directed to comply.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 2961, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Pacific Wireless Incorporated under Republic Act number 8281 to construct, establish, install, operate, and maintain wire and or wireless telecommunication systems throughout the Philippines by Senator Marcos.
The Committee on Rules.
Senate Bill number 2962, an act establishing a national minimum wage for private sector workers, imposing stricter penalties for violations thereof, and amending for this purpose Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resource Development.
2963, an act establishing the National Public Service College and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, and Finance.
2964, an act further amending the Republic Act number 7875, otherwise known as the National Health Insurance Act of 1995 as amended, to institutionalize the Philippine Health Member Recognition Program by Senator
To the
Legarda.
Committees on Health, Demography, and Finance.
2966, an act promoting sustainable and alternative modes of transportation and other mobility options to improve air quality, increase efficiency, reduce congestion, and contribute to the positive health impacts in our society by Senator Estrada.
To the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, and Finance.
Committee reports. Committee report number 488, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, and Finance on Senate Bill number 2965 with Senators Poe, Tulfo, and Marcos as authors thereof, entitled An Act Granting Free Funeral Services to Poor Families, Appropriating Funds Therefore and for Other Purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 879 and 1695, taking into consideration House Bill number 102 by Senator Marcos.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 489, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill number 6013, introduced by Representative Gonzales, an act creating a barangay in the city of San Fernando, province of Pampanga, to be known as Barangay Pulong Bulo, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 490, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation and Finance on Senate Bill number 2967 with Senators Pimentel III, Revilla Jr., Estrada, and Ejercito as authors. An act creating a mandatory position for a human resource management officer in local government units, amending for the purpose Sections 443, 454, and 463 of Republic Act number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991 and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 1245, 1389, and 2070, taking into consideration House Bill number 8520, sponsor Senator Ejercito.
The calendar for ordinary business. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2818 under Committee Report number 319. This is the bill strengthening the National Housing Authority. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the clean copy of the bill as of January 22, 2025 as our working draft and recognize as sponsors Senator Amy R. Marcos and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel to propose individual amendments. So move, Mr.
I
President.
believe there are no amendments forthcoming from the Minority Leader. The sponsor will take care of it. The distinguished sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, is recognized. You may proceed now.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. May I move for a final additional amendment from my Minority Leader, Coco Pimentel, to whom the NHA should be eternally grateful On Senate Bill number 2818 under Committee Report 319 or the National Housing Authority Act as follows. On page 3, delete the entire section 5 on capitalization, specifically from line 22 until page 4, line 2, replace with new text which shall read as follows. Section 5, capitalization. The authorized capitalization of the authority shall be increased from 5 billion pesos to 10 billion pesos, which shall be fully subscribed and paid by the Republic of the Philippines as follows. A, the balance of the 5 billion pesos capitalization previously authorized shall be included in the General Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2026. B, the remaining balance of 5 billion pesos shall be fully paid within a period of 10 years and included in the Annual General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President. These are all the individual amendments on Senate Bill 2818 under Committee Report number 319.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There being no further amendments, Majority Floor Leader.
No other amendment, Mr. President. I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments now closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2818. I so
Any
move, Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, aforementioned measure is approved in second reading. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2818.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, committee report number 488 on Senate Bill number 2965. This is the bill granting free, Mr. President, free funeral services. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2965 is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill without prejudice to inserting to the record the whole text thereof.
Senate Bill number 2965, an act granting free funeral services to poor families appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Majority Floor Leader.
To sponsor the measure, Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Amy Marcos, Chairperson of the Committee on Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Any objection? Hearing none, the sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos, is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Senate President and Majority Leader, my distinguished colleagues in the Senate. It is with compassion and our shared and unwavering commitment to the welfare of our people that I stand before you to submit and seek the approval of Committee Report 488, sponsoring herewith Senate Bill 2965, an act granting free funeral services to poor families appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. This legislation seeks to address the added and profound burden imposed on too many Filipino families during what is already a most difficult moment in their lives, the loss of a loved one. Masaklap na kapalaran ng mamatayan ng mahal sa buhay at lalong masaklap kung sa gitna ng ating dalamhati daragdag pa ang bigat ng mga pinansyal na pasanin na kaakibat ng kamatayan. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, the PSA, in 2022, there was an average of 1,862 deaths per day in the Philippines, translating into 78 registered deaths per hour. For us Filipinos, honoring our dearly departed is a sacred tradition deeply rooted in our values of love, respect, and family. However, the reality for many Filipinos is that the high cost of funerals, burial services, and other related expenses has made it nearly impossible to provide even the simplest of dignified farewells to their loved ones. Indeed, if living today is costly, these days dying is utterly unaffordable. According to recent data, a modest funeral in rural Philippines will cost a bare minimum of 10,000 to 20,000 30,000 in Metro Manila. For families living below the poverty line, this expense is not just a part of their daily struggle, it is an impossible reach. Many resort to borrowing money, pawning valuables, or literally begging and soliciting just to afford a decent burial, all the while grappling with inconsolable grief. Sa dami ng gastos para sa burol at paglilibing, ang mamamatay ngayon sa ating bansa ay parang ng luho. Kung wala kang pera, huwag kang maluho, huwag kang mamatay. Hindi ako nagbibiro, totoo yan. Sa oras na mamatay ang isang karaniwang Pilipino, may gastos na sa pag-eembalsamo sa punerarya. May gastos sa pagbili ng kabaong. May gastos sa gagamiting barong o saya ng namatay. Magpapakain ka sa burol, kape, biskwit, sabaw. May gastos sa paglilibing. Uupa ka ng sasakyan, magbabayad para sa puntod. Pagkagaling sa libing, magpapakain ka muli. Pero hindi pa natatapos dyan. Magpapadasal pa sa sa 40 nga araw. At magpapakain ulit. Magpapadasal ulit sa babang luksa at magpapakain ulit. O di ba? Maluho nga talaga ang mamatay. Our proposed legislation aims to bridge this gap and alleviate the financial burden on grieving families by providing free funeral assistance to qualified beneficiaries. This measure will focus on families whose income falls below the poverty threshold defined by the NEDA, the National Economic Development Authority, and those who cannot afford in a sustained manner to provide their minimum basic needs of food, health, education, housing, or other essential amenities of life. With this new program, we intend to cover essential funeral services, including the preparation of funeral documents, embalming, interment or burial services, transport, cremation, and interment services, including the provision of a casket or urn and venue, as the case may be, offered by mortuaries. Marahil ang tanong na marami, saan naman manggagaling ang pondo para sa panukalang ito? The program should be financed through a dedicated budget allocation in the General Appropriations Act, specifically under the Department of Social Welfare and Development's Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations, or AICS program, and other similar programs, ensuring its sustainability. The proposed measure also encourages partnerships with private funeral service provider to expand its reach by allowing them to seek reimbursement for the cost of services from regional offices of DSWD and providing a penal provision wherein the violation of the measure will be penalized with a fine not exceeding 200,000 pesos and the suspension of its license to operate for a period not exceeding 6 months. The Free Funeral Services Act is more than just another program. It's a manifestation of our collective empathy as public servants, the concrete proof of our compassion as a people. It ensures that no Filipino, regardless of social standing, shall be deprived of a proper and dignified farewell. Nung sa wakas na ilibing ang aking ama sa libingan ng mga bayani, ang dasal ng nanay ko sa lamay ay isang taong makadiyos, makatao at tunay. Sapagkat ang burol para sa ating mga Pilipino ay hindi lamang patungkol sa pagdadalamhati ng mga naulilang pamilya, kundi para rin sa pagdiriwan ng buhay, kung saan pinagsasama-sama ang mga kamag-anak, kaibigan at lahat ng ating mga mahal sa buhay upang parangalan ang ating minamahal na yumao. Colleagues, this legislation goes beyond addressing a financial need. It is about restoring dignity to our marginalized kababayans and showing them that in their most vulnerable moments, the government stands with them. This measure will send a message to every Filipino family na sa oras ng pagluluksa, kasama ninyo sa pagdadalamhati ang inyong pamahalaan. Ang panukalang ito ay ang konkretong paraan upang ipamalas natin ang pakikiramay sa ating mga kababayang nagluluksa. Higit sa tradisyonal na nagpapadala ng bulaklak, ito ay katumbas ng sinserong pagyakap at pagpaparamdam ng simpatya. Maraming salamat po. Sana ay manahan sa ating mga puso ang mensaheng ito at naway sang-ayunan ng aking mga mahal na kasamahan sa Senado ang Senate Bill number 2965 sa lalong madaling panahon. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I associate myself with the sponsorship speech of Senator Amy Marcos. And modesty aside, Mr. President, when I was mayor of Tagaytay, this was my first project, Libreng Libing. At ito rin po ngayon ay pinatutupad namin sa buong ikawalong distrito ng lalawigan ng Cavite. Mr. President, Senator Ronald De La Rosa would like to insert his co-sponsorship speech into the records as well. Senator Rafi Tulfo would like to deliver a co-sponsorship speech, and I move that he be recognized.
Senator Tulfo is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. My esteemed colleagues, I rise today in full support of Senate Bill 2965, a measure that seeks to grant free funeral services to poor families. Bilang ko-author nitong panukala na ito, naniniwala ako na ang bawat Pilipino ay may karapatang may hatid sa kanyang huling hantungan ng may dignidad kahit ano pa mang estado mo sa buhay. I would like to thank our dear Senator Amy Marcos for sponsoring this bill. In moments of grief, no family should have to bear the added burden of financial distress simply to lay their loved ones to rest. Para sa marami nating kababayan na tinatawid lang araw-araw ang kanilang pangkain at mga simple pangangailangan, ang gasto sa paglibing ay mabigat na problema. Sa kasalukuyan, ang gastos para sa lamay at libing ay di bababa sa 50,000 piso. Pero ang mismong libingan ay ibang gastos pa yan. Napipilitan tuloy ang mga pamilya na nagdadalamhati na humagilap ng pera o dili kaya umutang. Mr. President, this bill recognizes their plight and seeks to institutionalize a system where accredited funeral establishments, in coordination with the Department of Social Welfare and Development, will provide poor families with essential funeral services free of charge. Moreover, this bill establishes safeguards against abuse and provisions for fair reimbursement of funeral service providers. It is a balanced approach to that guarantee sustainability while fulfilling our duty to protect the most vulnerable sectors of our society. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, to this measure, we affirm our commitment to upholding human dignity, not just in life, but also in death. By covering funeral expenses for those most in need, we alleviate financial hardships and allow the families to focus on what truly matters, honoring the lives of their departed loved ones. With this, I respectfully urge my colleagues to support this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Jinggoy Estrada would likewise have his co-sponsorship speech be inserted to the records.
Noted and entered into the records.
President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2965. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2920.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
President, the parliamentary status is that having closed the period of interpellation, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Aquilino Pimentel III, to propose individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Pimentel, is recognized to propound individual amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are amending actually a very short law, Republic Act number 7309 with only 12 sections, and the bill, committee report bill is only 2 pages long, but do not be alarmed if the amendments seem to be long, because I just need to read into the records the new wording of some sections, Mr. President. And this is a low-hanging fruit, Mr. President. In the name of justice, we can be more just in our treatment of persons deprived of liberty, Mr. President. So on page 1, insert a new section 1, which states, Section 1, Section 3 of Republic Act number 7309, otherwise known as an act creating a board of claims under the Department of Justice for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes and for other purposes is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 3. Who may file claims? The board may file claims for the following may file claims for compensation before the board, colon. A, any person who was unjustly detained and released without being charged, semicolon. B, any person who was unjustly accused, comma, charged and detained, but subsequently released by the trial court with the finding that no crime was in fact committed or that the accused could not have committed or did not commit the imputed crime, semicolon. C, any person who was unjustly accused, comma, convicted and imprisoned, but subsequently released by virtue of a judgment of acquittal, finding that no crime was in fact committed or that the accused could not have committed or did not commit the imputed crime, semicolon. D, any victim of arbitrary or illegal detention by the authorities as defined in the revised penal code under a final judgment of the court, semicolon. And E, any person who is a victim of violent crimes, period. For purposes of this act, violent crime shall include rape and shall likewise refer to offenses committed with malice, which resulted in death or serious physical and/or psychological injuries, permanent incapacity or disability, insanity, abortion, serious trauma, or committed with torture, cruelty, or barbarity. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Since that was an insertion of a new section, I move that the succeeding sections be renumbered accordingly.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? There being none, amendment is approved.
So on page 1 of the committee report, lines 1 to 3, delete the phrase enclosed within the commas, beginning with the phrase otherwise known up to the words for other purposes. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
That is just a styling amendment because that phrase was mentioned now in the section that we inserted, Mr. President. On page 2, line 2, delete the word higher and let us reinstate the original word in the law, lower.
Lower.
Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed
Hindi ko
amendment?
nabasahin yun, no?
Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Yun lang. On page 2, line 10. Tama ba? After the word he, let's insert, I move to insert a forward slash or a slash. And then the word she. So, tama ba yan? Yes, so we're making it read he/she, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
Amendment from Senator Lauren Legarda, which we are accepting, not only because it is her birthday today, Mr. President, but it really makes a lot of sense and it improves our bill, Mr. President. So page 2, line 18, after the word board or the phrase which shall be promulgated by the board, insert the phrase with the goal of streamlining requirements to enhance accessibility and efficiency. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
On page 2, line 19, insert a new section which states as follows. Anong section to?
It will now be the new section
5.
6.
Section
6.
Section 5, Mr. President. On page 2, line 19. So, 2,
Yes, section 5.
3, 4. Yes, a new section 5. Section 5. Section 6 of Republic Act number 7309 is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 6, filing of claims by heirs. in case of death or incapacity of any person entitled to any award under this act, comma, the claim may be filed by his/her heirs, comma, in the following order, colon, by his/her surviving spouse, comma, children, comma, parents, comma, brothers, and/or sister. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
It was only a styling amendment, Mr. President, bringing the old provision up to date with the styling, Mr. President. So, and then there are still remaining sections of the committee report. I move that these sections affected by the insertion of this last amendment be renumbered accordingly. That's it.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, amendment is approved.
That would be all, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of individual amendments now closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading, Senate Bill number 2920. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment, the bill is approved on second reading. Session is suspended.
Move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2920.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Floor Leader.
I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 11072 under Committee Report number 449 is the bill on the franchise area expansion of the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendment using the clean copy of the bill as of 27 January 2025 as our working draft and recognize as sponsor Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Franchise Area Expansion of Davao Light and Power Company, Inc., with Senator Risa Ontiveros to interpolate. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Zubiri, the sponsor of the measure, and Senator Ontiveros is recognized. Are we going to go page by page, or is this interpolation with amendment?
I agreed yesterday, Mr. President, to allow interpretation with amendment. Okay.
Senator Ontiveros may proceed with her interjections. You are recognized, ma'am.
Thank you
Salamat
very
Abi, Mr. President. And once again, salamat kaayo to the good sponsor. Just to make it of record again, for the information of the good presiding officer, I was listed to interpolate yesterday in the period of interpellation, but apparently the good Deputy Majority Leader yesterday was not informed that I was listed to interpellate. So the Deputy Majority Leader and the good sponsor agreed that there would be no prejudice to my
Yes.
Of course.
interpolating, posing questions
Of
during
course.
this period of
The
amendment.
lady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, would you agree with me that aside from liberalizing, privatizing, and making electricity service more affordable, secured, and reliable, binanggit din ng IPIRA yung democratization of ownership ng power industry, good sponsor?
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Mr. President.
Salamat, thank you, good sponsor. So, kung ganon, at dahil ganon, maganda sigurong balikan natin ang tila nakalimutan na bahagi ng EPIRA kung saan kabilang sa mandatong ibinigay sa Department of Energy na siyang tagapangasiwa ng restructuring ng power industry ay isinasaad sa Section 37, letter O ng RA 9136. So to read, good sponsor, letter O, encourage private enterprises engaged in energy projects, including corporations, cooperatives, and similar collective organizations, to broaden the base of their ownership and thereby encourage the widest public ownership of energy-oriented corporations, close quote. So ang tanong po, Mr. President, good sponsor, for cooperatives and similar organizations, yung broadened ownership base ang ginagawa silang mas demokratiko. Tama po ba, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. President?
Totoo po yun. Bilang chairman ng Committee on Cooperatives for almost 10 years, totoo po yung sinasabi niyo po, a ideal and true cooperative would be one member, one owner, one vote, one share. That's correct, Your Honor, Madam.
Salamat, good sponsor. And I am sure, Mr. President, that I was already sure that the good sponsor is very familiar with this tenet. For aside from being a long time chair of the Senate Committee on Cooperatives, the good
By the way,
sponsor
Mr.
is
President,
considered. Yes,
The
good
gentle
sponsor.
lady is also my
I was
senior
his
vice chair.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. President. And
Sorry.
the good sponsor is considered the father of the new Philippine Cooperative Code.
Yes.
Pero sa mga investor-owned private power companies katulad ng DLPC, ay posible ba ang sinasabi ng EPIRA na broadening of the ownership base, good sponsor?
Yes, on the broadening of ownership base, tama po kayo, Madam Senator. We, under the EPIRA, it encourages both
Mhm.
corporations and cooperatives to broaden their ownership base. However, in this scenario, naging issue talaga yan na, and alam po ng ating butihing senadora, na there was a time, especially in my first term here in 2007 to 2011, when I was chairman of the Committee on Cooperatives, nagkaroon ng malawakang debate yung issue ng electric co-op against our CDA co-ops. As a matter of fact, I put a provision on the new cooperative code that says that if you are not registered with the CDA, therefore you should not be called a cooperative. That sparked a big debate, no, including the no tax exemption clause if you are not registered with the CDA. That sparked a big debate and not only debate but also anger with the electric cooperatives kasi sabi nila sila daw ay mga totoong kooperatiba din po. But the debate also cost me a lot of political capital because in 2013 when I ran, the electric cooperatives were angry at me because now of my position that they do not share the same cooperativism of cooperatives that were set up under the CDA. Why? Because when you ask a member consumer in electric cooperative, yes, they have the right to vote for their representative, but that's about it. They don't receive dividends. They don't receive what you call this, not just dividends, member shares. As a matter of fact, the electric cooperatives, with due respect, I don't want to pick a fight with anybody. I'm done with that debate and that issue. But with due respect, electric cooperatives are really controlled by NEA, which is a government agency. In the true sense of the word, cooperatives are privately run by the members themselves. In this case, NEA has full control of electric cooperatives. Kaya, in a way, may konting gray area pagdating sa talaga sa ownership of the cooperative and management as well, Your Honor. So and you know, I don't want to go back into that very heavy debate kasi alam mo naman there's 120 electric cooperatives and I don't want to pick a fight with the 120 electric cooperatives. Ang akin dito, gusto ko lang consumer. Gusto ko pansinin ang nangyayari sa mga consumer na sila din dapat ang may-ari kasi sila din mismo ang umiiyak yung mga consumers na dapat sila ang may-ari na bakit napakamahal po ng kanilang kuryenteng binabayaran at bakit naman po napakaraming brownout na nangyayari sa kanilang lugar. So at the end of the day, let's go back to the consumer because the consumer is the one that's being affected by all this, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. Na-appreciate ko naman po, Mr. President, yung overview ng good sponsor in broad strokes sa ilan sa mga importanteng pinagdaanan up to this point in time ng iba't ibang klaseng kooperatiba. And the good sponsor has a good vantage point on that dahil bilang chair nga ng isang dekada sa Senate Committee on Cooperatives, hindi lang nila nakita yon but he was able in fact to assist in the clarification and kung hindi complete partial resolution of some of these dynamics leading up to today when tulad siguro ng discussion kanina dun sa period of amendments sa Meralco franchise, yung pinakamalawak na larangan where we are looking forward na mas ma-resolve pa ang iba't ibang mga issue nito ay actually dun sa review at saka possible amendment ng EPIRA. But having said that, I think having served as the good sponsors vice chair, yung isang very interesting and I think positive sign na nakikita ko sa hanay ng iba't ibang klaseng cooperatives and particularly dito sa bill natin franchise ng DLPC, there's I sense a broad support of various kinds of cooperatives, even for electric co-ops, kahit na may mga debate din sila at may ilang mga administrative problems na winurk out nila in the past few years or wini-work out pa rin in terms of yun na nga kaninong regulatory body sila accountable. So I thank the good sponsor for that. It's not just a trip down memory lane, it's an important partial summary ng history of co-ops so far, including electric co-ops. But back particularly to DLPC, how public is DLPC today? O ganong karami sa shares niya ay publicly held, good sponsor?
DLPC.
Pero yung mother company,
which is allowed under. The the DLPC, Your Honor, Mr. President, Madam Senator, it's not a publicly listed company, but the mother company that owns DLPC is Aboitiz Power, which is publicly listed. And it's allowed under IPIRA. I think that's already challenged and answered in legal issues, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. And
Yeah, I
that,
may find out if you want how many percent is owned
oh, please,
for
opo,
Aboitiz Power.
opo, yung mother company na
Yeah.
Aboitiz Power,
I'll get
opo,
1 minute.
how public is it in terms of shares?
Yes, I believe the Aboitiz Power has 7.5 billion shares public that are public. 17.6% of the company of Aboitiz Power.
All right po, good
It's
sponsor.
publicly
So,
owned,
opo,
yes.
so mga 1/6 of the mother
One-
company, mga 1/6 is publicly held.
Yes.
Opo. All right, salamat po. So, sa susunod na tanong ko, Mr. President, as father nga po, father of the new cooperative code, the good sponsor, Mr. President, i-encourage nyo pa rin po ba at ipopromote pa rin in line with declared state policy under the Philippine Cooperative Code, yung cooperative model sa distribution sector ng power industry, Mr. President?
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor. Actually, hindi naman natin in-encourage na ma-privatize po lahat ito. As a matter of fact, I work very well with my two cooperatives in Bukidnon, Fibeco and Buseco. First Electric Bukidnon Cooperative and Buseco is the Bukidnon Second Electric Cooperative. So we work very well with the two of them. But even then, nakikita po natin, mahal pa rin ang kuryente at talagang pati kami na sa mga public servants na I guess nagre-represent dito sa lugar na ito, inudyok namin sila na pababain pa ang kanilang presyo ng kuryente at serbisyo at pagandahin pa ang serbisyo sa taong bayan. As a matter of fact, in Fibeco, in my hometown, in my home district where Fibeco operates, there was a change of leadership by NEA. NEA kicked out all the board members of the board, and kicked out also the GM and replaced it with a new GM and new appointed members of the board. Because of the problems nga of stranded cost, poor payment to creditors, mahal ng presyo ng kuryente. So in that way, I'm just giving you a glimpse of the broad strokes of what NEA does. No? That's why to debate that it's really a people's cooperative can be, again, debatable. No? But they had to step in because the prices of electricity was going up too high. Naging masyadong mahal na po. Pero ako, naniniwala po ako, kung totoo talagang kung totoong kooperatiba ang nagmamahala dito sa mga lugar na ito, hindi po sila papayag na tumaas na ganun kalaki ang presyo ng kuryente dahil sila din pong mga may-ari. Sila din pong mga may-ari. Kaya kawawa naman po ang mga consumer member owners supposed to be. And I'm not just pointing out to Nordeco, but this is happening all over the country. Kaya yan ang challenge namin ni Senator Gatchalian. As a matter of fact, nag-hearing kami ng ilang beses nung siya chairman po ng Committee on Energy on the issue on cooperatives running the different areas on the light of the fact that they will have to apply for their franchise kasi malapit na po. Almost, I'd say 99% of the cooperatives will be running out of their term by 2029. Yan talagang 2029. Talagang they have to go back to Congress. Kaya, at the end of the day, the rationale na kailangan nilang bumalik sa Kongreso is kukunin po ang I'd say, hindi naman permiso, pero kukunin nila o papakinggan nila ang mga boses nila, no, or representante nila sa Kongreso kung maganda ba ang performance nila sa lugar na yan. Kasi kung hindi po magandang performance nila sa lugar na yan, obviously, Congress cannot give them, will not or may not give them a franchise. And if Congress does not give them a franchise, then somebody has to fill that void. May talagang papasok to fill that void. Whether it is another setup cooperative or whether it is a private corporation, of course, that is a decision of Congress. Kasi we all know under the Constitution, franchises are like local bills. It emanates from Congress. So, yan po nangyari po na yun. In this case, no, hindi ko minamalit yung Nordeco. Ang akin lang po ay nagsalita na po ang Kongreso at ang sabi po ng kanilang mga representante doon sa mga lugar na yon na hindi maganda ang ginawa nilang serbisyo at presyo para sa kanilang member consumers. Kaya ang gusto po nila, itong grupong ito na tried and proven na sa lugar nila. So that's why I'm not casting any aspersion to cooperatives because I love cooperatives. As a matter of fact, I just questioned Senator Amy Marcos earlier about there was a rally. Di ba may rally sa labas? Mga cooperatives ang nag-rally sa labas dahil natatakot sila mawala po yung pinaghirapan po natin na tax exemption nila na ilang beses po tayo nakipagtalo sa Department of Finance and the BIR. You were my vice chair at the time. We had several meetings on that. And just to make sure that we are still protective of them up to this day. So I truly love our cooperative sector. I truly love the cooperative movement. But just in this case po, it's a matter already of the cooperative being able to deliver effectively, efficiently, cheaply, the rates and the power needed for this particular franchise, as well as the management of the cooperative, Madam distinguished Senator.
Salamat, good sponsor. Yung dinescribe ng good sponsor na sequence of events na kung ang isang electric co-op mag-a-apply para sa renewal ng franchise nila, pero kung hindi sila, kumbaga, aabot dun sa criteria, so hindi sila bibigyan ng franchise ng Kongreso, yun siguro mas understandable. Kaya lang, iba yung naging sequence of events dito na tawag nito, current pa rin yung franchise ng Nordeco, pero may ibang nag-a-apply para dito. And I raised this very important policy question because we are confronted here by the same question that will be raised again and again in this hall once a corporation applies for a franchise which coverage encroaches upon the areas under an existing franchise of an electric cooperative. At dahil baliktad nga sa sequence of events na pinag-usapan natin, good sponsor na which is the usual sequence of events, ay kaya sa totoo lang ang tawag ng power unions at ilang advocacy groups sa nangyayaring ito ngayon ay franchise grab. But our good sponsor, the father of the Philippine Cooperative Code, would be the best person to answer this lingering policy question, Mr.
Actually,
President.
hindi naman sila nag-franchise grab because our dear Senate President is a learned and a wise lawyer. The franchise will end kasi 2028, ma'am. So the franchise will end in 3 years' time. NEA has already given out a letter that within 5 years prior to the expiration of the franchise, they must apply to Congress. So they had applied to Congress, I believe, but their application was not approved. Ang gusto po ng mga representante po ay Davao Light and Power Corporation. So they went through the sequence. It's not, I think that was one of the reasons why the first bill that we approved was vetoed because there was still time. They still had time. They had about 7 years. But 3 years after that, where they're already within the 5-year prescription period or the 5-year period of application to Congress, they refiled again and I believe they were not allowed. I guess they were denied by their representatives. No one wanted to file on their behalf. And then the members of the representatives of that area filed for Davao Power and Light. So in that way, wala na po tayo magagawa. We have to act on this measure that is here in the Senate today because of the request of the representatives in Congress that this is the better option for their franchise area po.
Salamat, good sponsor. Indeed, kung umaksyon ng House sa ganitong klaseng bill, saka lang tayo pwedeng umaksyon sa Senado. At kung hindi umaksyon ng House, then we have nothing to act on. So I suppose the implicit appeal dito sa line of questioning ko within this period of amendments, and I appreciate being able to still pose my questions, nalaktawan lang kahapon sa hindi nating kontroladong dahilan. Opo. I suppose the implicit appeal in this line of questioning ay appeal hindi lang sa Senado, appeal sa House. Maybe not just for this particular issue, pero dun sa pinangangambahan nga na again and again mangyayari yung ganito or ma-raise yung same policy question. Maybe in the light, yes, good sponsor.
So, ma'am, although my distinguished colleague, Mr. President, we have, I believe there are pending cooperatives that were approved already in the House for approval na here in the Senate. These are franchise given to cooperatives. So hindi lahat po. Hindi naman po zero. I think in the next Congress, in the 20th Congress, you and I and the Senate President will still be around. We will be getting, I believe we will be receiving a number of electric cooperatives for renewal.
The Sorsogon Electric Cooperative 2 is up for renewal in the next
Yeah.
Congress.
I think
And we will be
and-
filing the bill in the House and in the Senate. The lady may proceed.
Yes, Mr.
Salamat,
President,
yes,
Leyeco
good sponsor.
and Romelco has just been given in the 19th Congress their approval of new franchises. So hindi po lahat, Madam Sponsor. So there are, as we can see, we have also a few cooperatives that have passed congressional scrutiny and they're given a renewal of their franchise.
Salamat, good sponsor. Actually, in a way, tamang pasegue na dun sa susunod na tanong ko to look at the whole universe of electric cooperatives. And bago in-identify ng good sponsor at ng Senate President, yung mga ibang electric co-ops na either naaprubahan na or pa-filean, I was going to say na baka yung other electric co-ops are not as desirable as the one we are discussing today from the private sector point of view, or baka yung ibang electric co-ops are, or baka this particular co-op is less favored or less on good terms with other stakeholders. But in any case, pasegue nga po sa susunod kong tanong, good sponsor. Most of the 121 electric cooperatives have been criticized, or worse, some of them demonized at times or many times for their, quote, palpak na serbisyo. Ganun din po ba ang sentimiento ng good sponsor, Mr. President?
Hindi naman lahat po, Madam Colleague. Pero meron talaga. For example, yung sa BARM, yung sa BARM po has a lot to be desired. I know that we have several BARM ministers here. I don't know about Lanao Norte, if the Lanao Norte cooperative is doing better, but I know for a while they were not doing very well. I know for a fact also yung sa Siargao po, I couldn't believe my eyes and my ears that in Siargao they had a 12-day brownout recently because nawala po yung kable nila at hindi na mahanap ng electric cooperative yung kable nila. This was only last month po. And there was a series of cancellations. The whole Siargao was like in a state of emergency because for 12 days, this is not 12 hours, 12 days they had no electricity in the most favored tourist spot now by foreigners. And there was a recent survey and they said that Siargao is their most favored spot for the Philippines now. No longer El Nido, no longer Boracay. They like the vibe in Siargao. So it's unforgivable that this would happen. So again, it brings me back to services.
Yes.
Public service po kasi ito, and public service is a public trust, right? So definitely if we want more investments to come in, we want more tourists to come in, we want more I'd say commerce to come in, we need electricity and we need affordable electricity. Gone are the days during the time of FVR. I remember former President Fidel V. Ramos, sabi niya, bahala na kung gaano kamahal, basta may kuryente. Kasi at that time, talagang brownouts. We had daily brownouts in Metro Manila. So, gone are the days. Right now, there are options. You have renewable energy, cheap energy from solar, 4 pesos, 50 centavos. You have all sorts of power sources that you can tap that will be much more affordable. So it's a matter now of running the cooperative or the electric company efficiently, effectively, and of course that has the cheapest rates for the consumer. It boils down again to the consumer, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. I forgot to mention earlier na baka kasama dun sa appeal sa Senate at sa House ang ganitong line of questioning ay yun na nga kung sinabihan ng NEA ang electric co-ops that they should apply 5 years before, and in the case of this one, yung existing franchise ng Nordeco is still good for another 3 years, na couldn't they be given or have been given time within those 3 years to really respond to lingering issues. But then, segue din na rin ako, Mr. President, good sponsor, dito sa punto na yung paulit-ulit na binibigang diin ng good sponsor about dapat yung serbisyo at saka yung presyo maayos. I also share the sentiment. At the same time, I fully understand the challenges that electric cooperatives face in pursuing their mission for total electrification. An ADB consultant study or report cited several reasons why the total electrification mission is not a walk in the park. Probably not for corporations, and mas lalo pa siguro not for electric cooperatives. And the primary reason of which is co-ops pursuing their mission, for example, based on political targets imposed upon by powers that be, such as the barangay or sitio electrification, without considering their operational capacity and efficiency. Another one might be yung kalikasan nila mismo, yung non-profit character nila, kaya reliant sila sa subsidy. And under EPIRA, however, NEA's budget and its capacities to fund electric co-ops' financial requests were greatly reduced. In short, Mr. President, mahirap talagang, in an ideal world, pwede nating kumparahin magkaparehong animal, but sa mundo natin, mahirap talagang pagkumparahin ang expectations natin mula sa electric co-ops at private corporations na may pribilehiyo para sa malaking tubo at capital expansion. And follow up to that, good sponsor, speaking of the 121 electric co-ops, does it mean that in principle, all or most or many of the 121 electric co-ops ay humaharap sa prospect ng corporate takeovers, lalo na karamihan sa mga franchises nila ay lumalapit na sa expiration. At gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, kahit nga po itong Nordeco na sa 2028 at 2033 pa ang expiration, ay makukuha na ng DLPC, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, what was the beginning of?
Sorry, good
Sorry.
sponsor. The beginning was, in theory, humaharap ba yung 121 electric co-ops sa prospect ng corporate
okay.
takeovers, lalo na needing
Hindi po, ma'am.
expiration yung
As I
isa.
mentioned, we already approved the 2 electric cooperatives into law. We granted them another 25 years to run their prospective franchise area. So it's not true, Your Honor. It's not true. So marami, and I already, pati ako ma'am, I committed also to help my local cooperatives. So it's not true po. Kasi for example, sa amin sa Bukidnon, sino papasok dun? Wala naman po kaming Davao Power and Light dun. So obviously, we'll have to support our electric cooperative to be able to continue. In this case kasi kapitbahay, ang pagitan lang po isang kalsada, nandun na po sila. So that's why I guess the locals, and I don't live there, I'm not from there, of course they're my neighbors, but I believe that the locals really want to change. It's the clamors with the locals.
Sana all dun sa iba pang 121 electric co-ops na may katulad ng good sponsor at iba pang stakeholders sa inyong lalawigan na susuporta dun sa dalawang electric co-ops. So, if this is the prevailing environment now, Mr. President, and kasi siguro this representation is speaking good sponsor, Mr. President. Alam din po ito ng good sponsor, having worked for a decade with all kinds of co-ops, including the electric co-ops. Sobra silang nai-insecure sa mga recent at ngayon na nangyayari sa mga kapwa nilang electric co-ops. Those who have those who have resisted corporate takeover at talagang nagsubok silang magpumilit na ipagpatuloy at makapag-apply sa renewal ng prangkisa nila. Are we not in effect, would we not in effect be kahit cumulatively, no, declaring an end to that era of cooperativism in the power industry in favor, in principle, and with the gates open, in favor of full privatization, good sponsor?
Well, Your Honor, I think many laws that we passed previous, including EPIRA, had encouraged privatization of many of our power utilities, distribution, even NGCP once upon a time was government owned. They privatized it now. And you and I, who are both patriots, are also worried about the infusion of foreign frenemies in that distribution process. And you and I share the same vision that hopefully it will be back to 100% Filipino owned. But yes, that has been the trend all over the world when it comes to power generation. But we respect cooperativism. We respect electric cooperatives. So much so that we approved already 2 electric cooperatives and many more. We will be seeing many more electric cooperatives being approved here. I think the idea of the NEA to apply 5 years prior to your expirations because of the long time it takes, to actually pass a law. As a matter of fact, I know of friends whose franchises had expired because the House has not acted upon them. And naawa nga po ako sa kanila dahil yung kanilang franchise ay na-expire na po. And so it takes a long time, and I think in this case, that's why it has to be applied right away. So I don't want to put it as a general statement that it's going to be now private corporations. No. As a precedence, we passed a few electric cooperatives. I personally have committed to my electric cooperatives that I will support them in the Senate. So hindi po, I think it's on a case-to-case basis, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. Indeed, gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, EPIRA encouraged privatization, but as the good sponsor and I discussed at the start, EPIRA also encouraged the democratization of ownership of the power industry. So ang nakikita ko po dito, good sponsor, Mr. President, ay kahit marami po tayong gustong i-evaluate sa implementation ng EPIRA, kahit malamang meron tayong gustong i-propose na amendments o updating sa EPIRA, kahit sa simula ng EPIRA, parang na-envision niya ang isang, tatawagin kong parang mixed economy sa power sector na may iba't ibang klase at iba't ibang sizes ng stakeholders. The large, including these corporations, medium-sized, and maliliit o medium-sized in the form of the electric cooperatives. Para din mas diverse, mas sustainable, mas competition-friendly in truth ng energy sector natin. Kaya siguro maintindihan po natin kung ganong ka-seloso yung mga electric co-ops na bantayan, na nananatili silang stakeholders even when we envision po, good sponsor, that post-EPIRA amendment scenario na dapat sana lahat, or dahil hindi na lahat, most of the 121 electric co-ops are still standing at stakeholder pa rin dun sa post-EPIRA amendment horizon, good sponsor. So just to make that of record, good sponsor, dahil it's
And I agree
inevitable,
with you, Mr.
pinapalitan
President.
natin
We agree with the
EPIRA.
distinguished lady.
Salamat, good sponsor. Kaya they each of them, of course, in this bill, Nordeco, and then yung ibang mga electric co-ops na nag-o-observe, they feel so strongly about each and every one that kumbaga comes up to bat dito sa floor natin. Dahil kakaunti na lang nga sila, and cumulatively, hindi naman makakatapat o makakakompete yung mga assets nila dun sa mga malalaking korporasyon. And yun, siguro they're also thinking, andito pa ba tayo post-EPIRA? Because they would really want to be part of that horizon.
Pero Madam Sponsor, Madam
Yes, Mr.
colleague,
President.
and Mr. President, I just want to put on record, but we approved already. This Congress, our Congress,
Yes.
this 19th Congress, we approved 2 electric cooperatives. So they should not fear the future. I think many will still be. I think what they should fear is their member consumers. Kung pangit yung trabaho nila, kung pangit yung servisyo nila, I think that would be a problem because then they'll be able to convince their congressmen to file as a counterpart bill for somebody else to come in. But they just have to improve their services, Your Honor, Madam President. And
I hear you, good sponsor, and I'm sure the electric co-ops, Nordeco and other electric co-ops monitoring this, hear you. And they are just fighting for the time and the circumstances to
Yes.
prove. Well, as the good sponsor mentioned in earlier interpellations or in the period of interpellation, Nordeco is actually AA right now and actually pulled themselves up by their anong tawag doon, bootstraps from the earlier lower rating. Opo. So, and naiintindihan ko po yung sinasabi ng good sponsor pero syempre hindi naman natin ma-legislate yung damdamin at karanasan nila na they have seen a few other electric co-ops including well-performing ones at that time na na-take over ng corporate. So nakainan sila ng share nila sa kabuuang power distribution sector natin and not just numerically but in terms of excuse me, good sponsor, in terms of share sa sector, lumaki yung corporate. So less of a balance and an anticipated balance sa post-EPIRA scenario natin. So just moving on to my next question, Mr. President, distinguished sponsor, we are lawmakers and with the imminent approval of this franchise bill, are we not in fact abandoning or violating provisions of EPIRA, which we've been discussing, and even Presidential Decree 269, the same concern contained in the veto message of the President in July 2022? To quote, North Davao Electric Cooperative, Inc. has existing franchises in the expanded franchise area, which will subsist until 2028 and until 2033. The bill runs counter to the provisions of Section 27 of Republic Act number 9136 or the EPIRA, mandating that all existing franchises shall be allowed to their full term. So paano na nga pong mangyayari dito, Mr. President? Did we repeal that provision here in the bill? And also for PD 29 and RA 10531, Mr. President.
Well, nabago po yung Supreme Court decision on Ileco versus Executive Secretary na inilabas ng Supreme Court kamakailan. At matapos ang veto message ni Pangulong Marcos, sinabi ng Korte Suprema na hindi right ang franchise ownership kundi isang privilege na binigay po ng Kongreso. Kaya't may power at authority po ang Kongreso na baguhin at pawalang bisa ang isang franchise lalo na't i-exercise ng Kongreso ang police power of the state para sa common good. That was a decision of the Supreme Court. As a matter of fact, as we speak, Your Honor, there are hearings now in the Committee on Franchise to revoke the NGCP franchise. Di ba? Grabe yung nakikita natin sa lounge, yung mga video clips of what's going on in that hearing. Of course, we're monitoring it. Me personally, I don't like that idea. I'd rather have, I think the reason is for state security and national security. I'd rather that we pass another piece of legislation that will state that strategic industries such as power generation and all should be made Filipino-owned, 100% Filipino-owned and managed. So that way, we don't go against the strength of the contracts and the franchises that we've given them. But the Supreme Court is very clear and the Constitution is very clear that franchises is a privilege and not a right. So it has to do with the common good of the people. So yan ang pinaka-importante dyan, the common good of the community. Kung maganda naman yung trabaho po nila at wala naman ng umaalma, walang nagko-complain, walang umiiyak dahil sa mahal ng kuryente, hindi naman siguro sila magkakaproblema dito sa privatization. And in the presidential decree that created cooperatives, electric cooperatives in particular, Your Honor, Mr. President, Madam Senator, is that this was a time when there was really no private sector participation in the countryside. This was in the 70s. So you're looking at areas of Mindanao, where I was from. And so if you notice, most of the electric cooperatives are in the rural areas. Yung Meralco nga po na franchise na in-approve natin kanina, sinakop na po niya halos lahat ng Central and Southern Tagalog and Central Luzon. Na Greater Manila area and now going up to Pampanga, even to below areas of the south in Laguna. Dahil nung panahon po yan, wala po talagang private enterprise na gustong pumasok doon at magsilbi dito sa mga lugar na ito. So that was the creation of those electric cooperatives. These are like spug areas. These are areas na talagang mahirap, no? Mahirapan ng private corporations, natatakot siguro or talagang hindi po nila nakikita yung ROI nila, return on investments. But now it's a different story, Your Honor. The country is growing. The country is growing leaps and bounds. Hopefully, in the near future, will be a middle income economy. We need more efficient power distribution talaga to our people. Kasi kung in the absence of that, wala na rin mga insurgencies po, yung BARM nandito na, yung dating kalaban naging kaibigan, yung dating kalaban naging partner in development. Kaya excited po kami sa mga pangyayaring ito, where development is coming into the Philippines. And that's why we need to step up with that. And I don't want not only Central Luzon, Greater Manila area, and Southern Tagalog will be the rich provinces and regions. We also want this to be distributed all over the country. And energy is the key to that, Your Honor.
Oh, I agree. Good sponsor. Energy is really the key. And but at the same time, as the good sponsor knows, yung history din ng energy sector, it's important that we always remember. But before that point, indeed, franchises are a privilege. They're not a right or a mere entitlement. And we are minded to hear that reminder and that affirmation of the Supreme Court in the interest of the common good. And sabi nga ng good sponsor, the SC affirms that we in Congress have the power na bawiin, exercise our police power. And syempre, ang implicit dyan is for cause. And I might even add, at least as part of my questions in this period of amendments, na keeping in mind the history of the power sector here in our country. Kasi indeed, there was no private sector participation in the countryside half a century ago. So kumbaga, it was the electric co-ops that did the pioneering work there.
Yes.
And in spite of their difficulties, I'm sure meron din silang mga pagkukulang mayat maya, any of them at one point in time or another. Pero itinawid nila yung kanayunan natin sa puntong ito na mas nagkaroon na ng value, yung lupa, yung economic activities doon, yung capital doon. So much so na naging attractive na rin siya for bigger players. And we want that. Domestic and foreign in compliance with the Constitution. Kasi nga, gusto natin yung binanggit ko kanina, good sponsor, na mixed economy. Pero siguro dapat meron naman din tayong tawag dito, itabi na konti ring utang na loob sa mga electric co-ops who made the countryside attractive to the corporate players. Of course, good sponsor, hindi naman sapat utang na loob lang. Kung talagang palpak ang serbisyo, kung talagang mahal ang presyo. But knowing that they did the spade work to electrify the countryside, knowing that mas mahirap sa kanila kaysa sa mga korporasyon na kumbaga i-up yung money power nila to continually improve their services and lower prices. Sayang din yung yung 5 years before franchise expires na ibinigay ng NEA or in particular for Nordeco, yung 3 taon pang itinitira yung franchise, na putting these and maybe other factors into the balance na nakita una ng I should not speak of the other house, pero sige, nakita ng Kongreso, kasama na natin dito sa Senado, to give them a fairer shake, because Gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, good sponsor, and I'm sure the good sponsor graciously understands. They don't feel they're getting a fair shake in this particular scenario. So just to make that of record, good sponsor. Yes, Mr. President.
Just a short answer, because I know the Senate President is giving me his tiger look. Just a short answer. I totally agree with you, Your Honor, that may utang na loob tayo sa kanila. They're the pioneers. However, pag yung binabayaran nyo po araw-araw na mas mahal na 3 pesos and 50 centavos per kilowatt hour, sa tingin ko po, after 1 or 2 days, sa laki ng binabayaran mong kuryente, mawawala na rin yung utang na loob. Saklolo na ang hinihingi ng tao, hindi na utang na loob, saklolo na po. And I think that is, at the end of the day, I guess that's the reason. We have to evolve. We have to face the facts. We have to modernize. And I think there's some electric cooperatives that have to realize this. And I hope this is a wake-up call for them to do even better, even try to come up with rate negotiations. Ang nangyari po kasi, hindi po nila nini-negotiate yung mga kontrata na nangyari 10 years ago and 5 years ago na napakamahal. Na yun, napakamura na ng kuryente available to many energy providers. But they don't want to renegotiate. So what happens is the people suffer. And so they have to change that. I guess if they want their, long story short, like any company, if you want your franchise to be approved, you have to prove that you're an efficient, effective electricity provider with the rates that are acceptable by the people. At the end of the day, yun na lamang po yun. Yun lamang po yun.
At saka, Mr. President, tama naman po yung good sponsor. Nobody can argue with the principle of common good. Ako rin, head of household ako. At middle class na ako nito. So pag tumataas yung presyo ng kuryente, at Meralco, customer ako, just saying for the record, mapapansin ko talaga. So ano pa kaya yung mga mahihirap na karamihan ng ating mga kababayan? But again, I believe that is where the role of Congress comes in, or that's where the role of the whole of our government comes in, na somehow to mediate, to mitigate the worst effects of certain current economic conditions for customers, for our citizens, whether by legislation or, yes, good sponsor.
Yeah, actually, ikaw nagagalit na po kayo sa Meralco na 9 pesos per kilowatt hour lang.
So sila rin sa Nordeco.
Kami, sa Bukidnon, we pay, including Bukidnon, we pay 13 to 14 pesos, same as the areas of Nordeco. So imagine how you feel if we have the same amount of electricity that we use. Talaga napakabigat, ma'am. So I hope you understand, you can grasp also that context, no? In terms of consumerism, helping the consumers.
I do understand, Mr. President, good sponsor. But then again, iba naman ang Meralco kung kanino ako customer, at iba rin ang isang electric co-op tulad ng Nordeco, as we were discussing earlier, where government siguro has less work to do vis-a-vis Meralco than it would have to do sana, no? Tayo sa legislature at yung executive vis-a-vis the electric co-ops para to ease the pain of consumers now. Pero ewan ko lang kung ito din ang vision ng executive para sa post-EPIRA environment, andun pa rin yung mga electric co-ops with a significant, with a meaningful stake. Just my last few questions, good sponsor, Mr. President, again for the sake of fairness and transparency, ano pong treatment natin sa assets ng Nordeco pagkatapos ng takeover? Will Nordeco and its consumer owners be compensated? Dahil po, according to Nordeco, as of November 2024, its total assets were 10,46,809,728 pesos 0.15 centavos, while total liabilities were 6,922,204,831.56, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President and Madam Senator, of course, when we tackled this bill, I told myself that I'm not going to leave them hanging and drying, hanging out to dry. No? In other words, we want to make sure that, of course, the valuation of their assets are fair, that the yung mga empleyado po ng Nordeco will be given a fair shake pagdating po sa hiring, na priority dapat sila. At nandito po sa ating panukala na priority hiring po sila, they will be first choice pagdating po sa hiring. Pagdating po sa transition of operations, yung meron tayong nilagay po dito na Next 1 minute suspension, Mr. President. I want to read the exact provisions.
Session is suspended.
It's here under section 2, Your Honor, letter A. The grantee shall have the option to purchase distribution system assets of Nordeco that Nordeco owns, located in expanded franchise area, when such a sale or disposition is placed at zonal value, assessed value, whichever is higher for land assets. So nandito po, no? Consented by NEA and any other lending sources which then holds a lien on the Nordeco's properties in view of the requirements set under Presidential Decree 269, Section 36B, provided that the grantee shall place the purchase price of the distribution system assets in an escrow account of a third-party bank institution, etc., etc. So, meron po, ma'am, Mr. President, the assets will be, of course, bought from Nordeco, and I believe in the sharing of the grand scheme of things, I believe many of those assets will go to pay for the utang, no? The credit of Nordeco. Kasi kailangan yung unahin natin yung creditors. Diyan lang po magkikick in yung 20 centavo per kilowatt hour additional charge once there's a basis of the remaining amount that Nordeco owns. So this is actually a very novel provision that we put in the law. Could be a template also for further other franchises in the future. But yes, Your Honor, from letter A and letter B, there will be there's a section, there are two sections here that will be the sections that will guide the payment to creditors, Your Honor, and to Nordeco as well on their capital and on their equipment and basically their assets.
With the permission of the lady, may the chair interject? Given the valuation, anything paid to Nordeco will be placed in an escrow account to be used to pay creditors.
That's correct.
What if there is an excess amount? Where will that money now go?
We have a provision here, Your Honor, Mr. President, that's requesting additional 20 centavos per kilowatt hour charge.
No. Where will that excess money go? That was supposedly paid to Nordeco
Mukhang walang excess.
in order to be initially used, correct?
Mr. President, I'm being told that sa laki ng utang po, walang maiiwan po.
Walang maiiwan?
Based on the
No, but assuming, because
DRC
remember,
meetings.
this is a cooperative.
Yes.
It's comprised by, the cooperative is composed of the member consumers. So kung may extrang pera, in theory, dapat mapunta sa kanila. The point I'm driving at, Your Honor, and for the information also of the distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader is, whatever excess amounts should redound to the benefit of the member consumers.
That's correct.
Now, going back now to the price at which you will value it, it will redound still to the benefit of the consumers in theory if the amount is high,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But if the amount is high, then the surviving entity will also pass on that cost to the member consumers.
Yes, in theory, Your Honor.
So you have to find a middle ground here so that legally the surviving entity can transfer the cost of a high acquisition cost to the consumers. Would that be
Usually
correct?
what they do, if there's a refund, Your Honor, it's usually a discount on rates.
It's via discounted rates.
Yeah, Meralco's like that, when the ERC ordered them to pay back their consumers, it was actually discounted rates.
The point I'm driving at is I'm actually letting Senator Win listen to this so that he can perhaps during the period of amendments, I know he has a lot of amendments, propose this. A middle ground, Your Honor, in regard to the valuation of the assets, because if it is too high, it will still be passed on to the consumers. If it is low, it will be a lower amount passed on to the consumers. But ultimately, whether it's high or low, it should redound, the phrase, it should redound to the benefit of the consumers, the
Yes.
acquisition cost of the assets of the non-surviving entity, whether it's a zonal value, whether it's assessed value, fair market value, book value.
Yes.
We have to find a middle ground here that will redound to the benefit of the consumers.
Maybe we can put a mechanism where the ERC can resolve that if there is an excess fund.
That
let
is
the
a
ERC
possibility.
decide.
Again, this is
Oh.
within the hearing distance of
Yeah.
the distinguished
It's really
um,
under the office of the ERC to do that. It's under the responsibility.
the
of the
Honorable
ERC.
Win Gatchalian. So anyway, the lady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
President.
President. Thank you.
Maganda yung sinabi ni good sponsor, lalo na yung phrase na whichever is higher. Kasi I would like to add also to the inputs of the good Senate President. The members of Nordeco are, yes, member consumers, but completely they are member consumer owners. They own the assets of Nordeco. And any owner, when there's a takeover, must be compensated. So, may estimate na ba kung anong value ang lalabas sa pagkuwenta? Like, does DLPC concur that the total assets of Nordeco are 10 billion pesos plus, while their liabilities are 6 billion pesos plus, Mr. President?
What's the evaluation? That's guess for 1 minute suspension, Mr.
Yeah.
President. Yeah.
Before the gentleman answers, to take up the time while you're conversing with the experts. Again, distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader. The members comprising the cooperative are also consumers at the same time. So if the valuation of the asset is high, it will redound to them kasi may sukle dun sa ibabayad sa creditor, di ba? By way of refund or cheaper rate or lower rates.
Yes.
But if it is low, there's nothing to be passed on to them. Baka mabawi, baka mag-offset lang eh. Pag mataas, sisingilin din naman niya. Kung ano man yung binalik niya sa member consumers, baka singilin din niya by way of higher rates because of the high acquisition cost. I'm thinking out aloud really and shooting from the hip. Again, I think the gentleman can answer now.
If I may, good sponsor, before the good sponsor continues, just to dugtungan ko yung
Apo.
thinking aloud ni Mr. President. Pero paghiwalayan po muna natin yung consummation nitong in effect, mauudlot yung prangkisa ng Nordeco dahil maa-award ang isang prangkisa sa isang korporasyon. Ihiwalay po natin yon dun sa ano yung magiging rates sa kanila bilang hindi na member consumer owners, kundi consumers na lang. Kasi, di ba, kung kunyari meron akong pagmamay-ari, then magte-take over dyan, gusto ko na tama muna yung presyo, lalo na kung sa pakiramdam ng Nordeco, napipilitan akong magbenta. Ayaw ko sanang magbenta, napipilitan ako. So, para to reduce the insult added to injury, at least yung injury, medyo tama yung pagkuwenta in terms of the assets vis-a-vis the liabilities. And then, next time na lang, kung kunyari nakuha na yung bahay ko, renter na lang ako doon, Step 2 na lang, yung pagkwenta namin ng bagong landlord kasi hindi na pala ako yung may-ari. Kung ano yung upa ko doon.
Well,
Mr. President.
while we can do that simplistically, I think at the end of the day, we would sooner or later have to face that reality. Na yung mataas na preso sa dulo, sila pa rin yung magbabayad, yung mababang preso, sa dulo, sila pa rin yung tatamaan. So again, a middle ground. Because either way, tatamaan sila
No.
ultimately, in the end.
Mr. President, with all due respect, I'm all for finding a middle ground,
Yeah.
but we should, I think, we should do it in 2 steps rather than isang pakete. And with all due respect, it's not simplistic, it's a matter of fairness. Kasi lahat tayo na kung anong pagmamayari natin, simple or komplikado, kung mawawala sa atin or kukunin sa atin, we want a fair exchange. And then the next day na pag-usapan, okay, ngayon magkano ibabayad ko for continued use of this product or service, Mr. President?
Again, thinking out aloud, can the gentleman answer now? Does he have
Yes.
the data?
Well, on the data, Your Honor,
34, so almost 1.8 billion. Based on the book value.
based on the book value in 2023, Your Honor,
It's about 1.8.
it's about
1.8.
1.8 billion.
Ang assets good sponsor,
That's the book value.
book value.
Galing po sa kanila ito.
Tapos good sponsor yung total liabilities nila.
Magkano? Plus may liabilities din po tayo po sa
Tama.
NEA, electrification. Because we're there, that has to be, the subsidies have to be refunded, Your Honor, which the LPC is most willing to do.
And which
Yeah.
DLPC has the capital for. But just to pursue the fact, magkano po yung liabilities ng Nordeco sa ngayon?
We're getting it. 7.9 billion po.
Okay po. Hindi kasing layo sa sinasite ng Nordeco na 6.9 billion dun sa yung sinasabi ng Nordeco ang total assets na 10B at sinasabi po natin 1B lamang, 10% lang. So I guess we will just have to really establish what are the accurate details here as we move towards Nordeco losing its franchise 3 years early and DLPC being awarded a franchise. So last 2 questions na lang po, Mr. President, and these deal with similar questions I raised on the Meralco franchise. So DLPC, I was informed, even enjoyed a higher WACC, 15% for Group C than Meralco. Dumaan ba ang DLPC sa regular schedule ng reset process under PBR o katulad din sa Meralco ang nangyari na hindi nakapag-reset, Mr. President?
Yes, the distribution rates, Mr. President, of the LPC will apply to the two Nordeco customers. That will be transferred. Private D rates are based on expenditure required to serve customers with, while electric cooperative rates are benchmarked against similarly sized ECs and do not necessarily reflect the true cost to serve the customers. So yes, the distribution rate will apply to Nordeco, the DLPC distribution rate.
Opo, good sponsor. Pero nag-enjoy nga ba ang DLPC ng 15% WACC? Mas mataas pa kesa sa WACC ng Meralco?
I have that information now. The ERC has already initiated the true-up process for the rates of private DUs under PBR using the actual weighted average tariff or AWAT methodology, wherein it is determined if the distribution-related revenues of the DU are within the limits as provided by the ERC approved rates in their last rate setting applications. Dito po pag-aralan ng ERC if kinakailangan na ba talagang mag-refund, Your Honor.
Salamat. Good sponsor. So, kailan pa hindi nakapag-reset? Kaya nagtutrue up process ngayon?
2014.
2014. So, 11 years. Similar sa Meralco. At magkano po ang WACC ng DLPC sa ngayon, good sponsor?
15%, Your Honor.
So 15% nga po. Mas mataas nga
Yeah.
sa WACC ng Meralco. So, salamat, good sponsor. So lastly, Mr. President, kung parehong daan ang dinaanan ng Meralco at DLPC, hindi ba mas makabubuti na magkaroon din ng pagsusuri tungkol dito? Kung may overcharging din ba, lalo na't mas mataas ang WACC ng DLPC sa Meralco, at posibleng, although salamat, nabanggit na rin naman ng good sponsor yung prospective refund. So just to validate the amount of the refund and possibly the schedule, magkakaroon din po ba ng pagsusuri dun sa ayun, yung rates na chinarge noon until this point in time ng DLPC na marirefund sa customer nila.
Ano po yung tanong kung magkakaroon
Dalawang bahagi yung tanong po pero mukhang nasagot na ng good sponsor yung
conduct the reset process for DLPC's next regulatory period. And there are no rules covering that period that has lapsed since then. However, the reset process for the first PBR entry group, which includes Meralco, for the new regulatory period has started, and it is likely that the reset succeeding entry groups will follow in the near future. DLPC is part of the third PBR entry group. So again, I think the delay is with the ERC. Yes, it's with the ERC. Your Honor.
So similar nga po good sponsor dun sa
Meralco.
napag-alaman ko sa interpellation sa Meralco
Opo.
franchise. Similar, no rules, walang reset in earlier years for earlier regulatory periods kaya nag-lapse. So salamat na lang nabanggit ng good sponsor yung possibility ng refund dahil mukhang kailangan i-suriin din kung magkano yung magiging refund based on itong mga lapses in the past 11 years or so since 2014. So yun lamang po, Mr.
Thank you,
Good
Madam.
Sponsor. Dagang salamat sa pagsagot sa
Okay, isa pa yan, ma'am. Salamat
mga
tayo.
tanong ko in this period of amendments. Salamat marami, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Distinguished sponsor and Senator Ontiveros, Majority Leader.
Mr. President,
Yeah,
I
there's amendments from Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. Tapos na yan, after kay Sherwin. Majority Leader, sir. Senator Sherwin.
We suspend the session for a minute.
Again, Mr. President, to propose amendment, Senator Zubiri still has the floor. And to propose amendments would be Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Next to introduce his individual amendment is the gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Gatchalian. You're recognized, sir.
Our resident electrical engineers.
Not electrician.
Sideline
Not
electrician.
Na-upgrade na po siya.
Sideline lang yun, sideline, Mr. President. Okay to, just flag mo na lang kung. On page 5, line 14, a new section be introduced, which reads, Section 2. Section 2 of Republic Act number 11515 is amended to read as follows. Section 2. Manner of operation of facilities. All electric distribution facilities, lines and systems for electric services owned. Tama ba?
Saan nilalagay?
Next page.
Let me just repeat, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed.
Sorry,
Senator
Mr.
Gatchalian.
President. On page 5, after line 14, a new section to be introduced, which reads, Section 2. Section 2 of Republic Act number 11515 is amended to read as follows. Section 2. Manner of operation of facilities. All electric distribution facilities, lines, and systems for electric services owned, maintained, and operated or managed by the grantee, its successors, or assignees shall be operated and maintained at all times in a superior manner, and it shall be the duty of the grantee, its successors, or assignees, whenever required to do so by the Energy Regulatory Commission, ERC, or its legal successor, or the Department of Energy, DOE, or its legal successor, or any government agency concerned to modify, improve, and change the facilities or system in such a manner to such extent as the progress in science and improvements in the electric power services may render reasonable and proper, provided that the grantee shall comply with all relevant technical standards, rules, and regulations of the DOE
And the
and ERC.
We accept, Mr.
What does
President.
the sponsor say? Accepted. Is
Accept.
there any objection to the proposed individual amendments? Hearing none, the amendment is carried.
Hindi ba, 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended for a minute.
I was actually cut off, Mr. President. When I read the proviso, provided that the grantee shall comply with all relevant technical standards, rules, and regulations of the DOE and the ERC, there's a subsequent paragraph, whenever practicable, and for purposes of maintaining order, safety, and aesthetics along highways, roads, streets, alleys, and or right of way, the grantee may allow the use of free spaces in its poles, facilities, or right of way by interested parties upon reasonable compensation to the grantee, considering the cost incurred to accommodate and administer the use of the grantee's facilities by such parties. The ERC shall decide in the case of dispute or disagreement between parties. So move, Mr. President.
Yeah, we agree, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
On page 5, after line 14, a new section be introduced which reads, Section 3, Section 5 of Republic Act number 11515 is amended to read as follows. Section 5, responsibility to the public. The grantee shall provide universal service and supply electricity to its captive market in urban and rural portions of its franchise area, including unviable areas, in the least cost manner, in the interest of the public good, and as far as feasible and whenever required by the ERC. The grantee shall modify, improve, or change its facilities, poles, lines, system, equipment for the purpose of providing efficient and reliable service and reduce electricity costs. The grantee shall charge power rates in a least cost manner for its services to all types of consumers within its franchise areas. The grantee shall have the obligation to provide open and non-discriminatory access to its distribution system and services for any end user within its franchise area, consistent with Republic Act number 9136, otherwise known as the Electricity Power Industry Reform Act of 2001. The grantee shall not engage in any activity that will constitute an abuse of market power, such as unfair trade practices, monopolistic schemes, and other activities that will hinder competitiveness of business and industries. The exercise of the rights granted herein shall not result in stranded assets and stranded contract costs of existing and operating distribution utilities, nor to unreasonable increase in cost to consumers. So move, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Yeah, may I make an amendment to the amendment on the first paragraph?
Please proceed.
If it's all right with the good sponsor of this amendment, it shall read, provide universal service and supply electricity to its captive market in urban and rural portions of its franchise area, comma, including unviable areas, comma, in the least cost manner and in accordance with Republic Act number 11646, otherwise known as the Microgrid Systems Act and its implementing rules and regulations. Yun lang po,
Yes,
dadagdag na po.
yes, Mr. President, we accept.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
President.
Is there any objection to the amendment of the gentleman
Mr.
from
Pastor.
Valenzuela? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, line 15, replace section 2 with section 4. So move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
On page 5, line 21, after the word system, remove the phrase within its former franchise area, included in the grantee's franchise area pursuant to section 1 thereof as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the amendment is accepted.
On page 5, line 26, after the word over, remove the word the and replace with the word its. I so move, Mr. President.
Does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is accepted.
On page 5, line 27, after the word operations, remove the phrase in the franchise area included in the grantee's franchise area.
It's in line 28, Your Honor, if I'm not
Yes,
mistaken.
page 5,
Sorry.
line 20.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. President, let
Thank
me repeat. On page 5, line 28, after the word operations, remove the phrase in the franchise area included in the paulit-ulit ko.
Including the grantees franchise.
In the franchise area included in the grantee's franchise area.
I think there's a typographical error.
That's
Mr.
what you call double redundancy, Your
Oo
Honor.
nga,
Yes.
Mr. President. I think it's
Subject to style, Mr.
subject
President.
to style na lang, Mr.
I have the
President.
amendment. We
Yes,
accept,
and
Mr. President.
the sponsor is agreeing.
Subject to
Yes,
style,
Mr.
Mr. President. Let me just read it out loud, Mr. President.
Yes,
just to be
please.
sure. In the franchise area included pursuant to section 1 thereof as amended. I so move, subject to style, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor
Yes, we
say?
accept, Mr. President.
For the record, the sponsor is agreeing to the amendment. Hearing no objection, motion's carried.
On page 6, line 2, remove the phrase 2 years from the approval of the expanded territory of this legislative franchise and replace with October 30, 2028, Mr.
May
President.
I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
President, I withdraw my amendment, Mr. President.
We thank
Yeah.
the good sponsor.
The amendment's withdrawn. Please proceed, please continue.
Mr. President, on page 6, line 9, after the word grantee, remove the word may and replace with the word shall. I so move, Mr.
The
President.
sponsor say?
Yes, we accept, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment's carried.
On page 7, line 3, remove the phrase shall have the option to and replace with may offer to. I so move, Mr.
Does
President.
the sponsor say?
May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute. Valenzuela is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. President, fortunately, we can't accept, with due respect to the good gentleman, his amendment.
The
Thank you, Mr. President. After conferring with the good sponsor, we withdraw the amendment, Mr. President.
Thank-
Hey, sir, shall be appointed by the ERC. I so move, Mr. President.
what does the sponsor say?
May I ask for a minute suspension? Mr. President?
Session suspended for a minute.
President. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr.
proceed.
President. Mr. President, let me reiterate my amendment on page 7, line 18. After the word creditors, remove the period and insert the phrase provided further that a third party or independent appraiser shall be appointed by NEA.
We accept, Mr. President.
An amendment is accepted by the sponsors. There any objection? Hearing none. The amendment
pala
is
yan.
carried.
That's the last. Okay. On. Okay. Okay. So, Mr. President, on page 8, line 3, after the word case, delete the phrase, should there be no escrow account created pursuant to A or B, or should the amount in the escrow account be, and replace with, if ERC determines that no escrow account has been created pursuant to A or B, or if the amount in the escrow account is. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Mr. President, let me just read the entire, maybe I'll read the.
Yes, kasi we
putol
have
siya
to
eh.
read the
Yeah.
entire.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
Yes. Hindi
So
ko-
that is the first amendment to page 8. And then on line 9, after the word charge, delete the word of and replace with, to be determined by ERC within 3 months from such determination of insufficiency, failing which the grantee may collect. So those
So
are
3
the,
months.
so magkadugtong siya, Mr. President. So let me just explain, Mr. President. So the first step is ERC to determine whether the escrow amount is sufficient or not. If it's insufficient, it goes to step 2. The ERC will determine the allowable charge to consumers so that the insufficiency can be paid.
Mr. President, to hasten the proceedings, because I don't like the
Okay.
Chief Minister to be waiting too long. We accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
We
President.
accept the amendment.
But that's
Both-
good. But
both
that's good,
amendments.
Your Honors, that we are discussing this, so it's in the record. So
Yes,
there's
yes.
no objection. Hearing none, the 2 amendments are hereby adopted.
Ito pa. I'll read this. On page 8, line 20, after the word further, remove the phrase provided further that the grantee shall have the right to impose this additional charge immediately. So move, Mr. President.
What's the sponsor say?
This is again in connected to the first amendment, Mr. President, because it's ERC.
This is a new, this is a new. Will you repeat again, Your Honor? Because it's not
Yeah.
in the list that you gave us.
Wala ba doon? Yes, Mr. President, it's connected to the first amendment. So let me just repeat. On page 8, line 20, after the word further, remove the phrase provided further that the grantee shall have the right to impose this additional charge immediately, because it's the ERC will determine, and we gave ERC 3
So
months
it's okay.
to
Yeah.
decide. If
Yes,
not,
we accept, Mr. President.
okay.
Hearing no objection, the amendments carried.
And lastly, Mr. President, on page 8, line 27, after the word under, replace the word franchise and replace with expanded franchise area. So move, Mr. President.
We accept, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the amendment is carried.
That's it,
Thank you, Your Honor.
that's it, Mr. President, and I thank the Chief Minister for being present here so that all my amendments are accepted by the good sponsor, Mr. President. But I
Together
thank
with Congressman Abet Garcia of
and Congressman
Bataan,
Abbott Garcia,
who's
Mr.
still
President.
here.
But I thank the good sponsor for accepting our amendments, and thank you very much for allowing us to interpolate and propound some questions and make suggestions as well.
Thank
Maraming
you,
salamat po.
Senator.
Thank you very
Gatchalian.
much, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator Gatchalian. He's a resident energy expert. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Majority Leader.
President,
No other amendments, Mr. President. We can
Mr.
close.
President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to close the period of individual amendments carried. Majority Leader.
Uwi na tayo.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 11072. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to approve on second reading. Session is suspended for a minute. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, after conferring with the principal sponsor, I move to reconsider my previous motion suspending closing the period of individual amendments. Mr. President. So moved.
Is there any objection with the motion of the Majority Leader to somehow withdraw the previous motion? Hearing none, motion's carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. We recognize the distinguished sponsor, the gentleman from Bukidnon, Senator Mig Zubiri.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. There's one more amendment that we failed to include. On page 7, line 6, or starting in line 3, the grantee shall have the option to purchase distribution system assets of Nordeco The grantee shall have the option to purchase distribution system assets Nordeco owns, located in the expanded franchise area, when such sale and other disposition is priced at book value using the Philippine accounting standards, which value shall be considered in the setting of rates in accordance with Republic Act number 9136 and its implementing rules and regulations for the benefit of the consumer. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. No further amendments to the measure.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, no further amendments being proposed. I move to approve on second reading, House Bill number 11072. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to approve on second reading House Bill number 11072 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations to the sponsors.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 11072.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2942 under Committee Report number 466. This is the bill resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2942 under Committee Report number 466 is now in order. Majority Leader.
Parliamentary status, Mr. President, is having closed the period of interpellation. I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, to propose the individual amendments.
Hearing no objection, the period of individual amendments is in order. We recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the hardworking Deputy Majority Leader of the Senate, Senator J.V. Ejercito. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. On page 1, line 6, delete August 11, 2025 and replace it with 13 October 2025. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Actually, I'll just read Senator De La Rosa propose an amendment
Please
resetting
proceed.
on the same line, resetting the election from August 11, 2025 to May 11, 2026. But the sponsor, as a sponsor, I did not accept it. Just for the record, Mr. President.
Yes, we take note of that, Your Honor. The gentleman from Bukidnon is seeking the floor. What's the pleasure of the gentleman from Bukidnon?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to second the motion, the request of Senator Bato de la Rosa. I just want to put this on record. If I may be given
Please proceed.
just a few minutes. Mr. President, I personally also wish to see a longer extension. I know in the last debates that we had here for the extension of the first round of the BTA, I said this would be the last extension. I was Majority Floor Leader then. However, due to the circumstances that the Supreme Court, decision that had come out, we need more time to be able to include Sulu in the plebiscite, hopefully to be able to participate in the elections of the new BARM Parliament after this extension. I'm not sure if 5 months would be enough, Your Honor, Mr. President. I would like to put on record that I'm pushing for a longer amount of time, but I think the sponsor is getting, of course, pressure from many quarters to shorten it. I just want to put that on record, Your Honor. I'm not here to object to the sponsor. I just appealing to him that if we can even make it 6 months naman sana, wag naman sana 5. Pero dagdagan mo pa ng 1 month kasi 2 buwan na lang naiiwan. Pagbalik po natin, Synergy, we will be taking it up in the SONA. After the SONA, we only have 2 months of work, and then October na po yan. That's already break. And then we're tackling the budget. So I don't know if we have time to really pass a measure to to give the chance to the people of Sulu to be able to participate in the plebiscite to come back and reintegrate, hopefully, if that is their wish, to the BARM autonomous region. So yun lamang po. I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to take note of that. Of course, we respect the principal as the principal sponsor of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. I was also an author, including the presiding officer.
Thank you.
We all want peace, and we really want this to work. And as much as I want, I also sympathize. I would as much as I would really want to accede or accept the amendment, but there is still hope. Your Honor, Mr. President, as you all know that I also briefed the Chief Minister and the presidential advisor, that there's still hope in the BICAM, no? That will be the last hope, so that the last process will of the process, the last stage will be the BICAM. So the House of Representatives version has it at 1 year. If we pass, for example, this measure at 5 months, then more often than not, we have a compromise. So hopefully we meet in the middle ground. So we take note of that. We take note of the concerns of Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, of course, being the father of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Your anything you would say regarding the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the BARM, is well taken, no? And I also support anything for peace. So it's not yet over, Your Honor, Mr. President. There is still the BICAM. So hopefully we will have we still have time, no? So that on what would be the best time really to reset the election that will be postponed, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Ejercito. I think it's
Mr. President, on that.
yes, Senator Cayetano, just if I may just put into the records, we understand fully where the distinguished sponsor is coming from, and that is part of the legislative process, the legislative mill. And we thank the gentleman for raising that. Again, there's also an opportunity for this particular initiative given to us by Senator Bato and Senator Zubiri. Yes, Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Mr. President, obviously Senator Bato, former Senate President Zubiri, myself, I will include myself, support our chairperson and acknowledge all the hard work he's put into it, not just this law, but the other laws regarding the region. I just like to add my name in those who are supporting for a 1 year for an additional reason. We're also invested in peace, and I'm glad that when I shook the hands of our friends from the government, it's a very warm, because once upon a time we were debating harshly against each other. So much so that when we went to Malaysia, ang sabi sa akin ng head of research at saka yung NSA nila, Senator Cayetano, so you're the radical one. Sabi sa akin doon, no? And although we've gone so far, in the same manner na may pressure kay Senator JV kung anong feelings natin, may pressure sa Chief Minister and all of ministers to show more that we can do in the region, because nga the hardships are there. So my point is that usually po kasi October, patapos yung budget sa House, then palipat sa atin. So ang hirap naman siguro na campaign period is August, September, nagbabudget sa House, they'll be asked to be there to defend. And then even assuming, of course, unahin nila yon, knowing these men and women who are very patriotic, they will do that. But then whoever wins in October, nagbabudget naman sa Senate, they have to, di ba, parang redo it. So parang mas logical is that we give them the whole of this year to set the next 5-year, 10-year target for their region, and also sa budget, makapaglabi sila. And the last point I want to make lang is that I think this doesn't have to do with the postponement na, but just as we have to all be individually invested, because we are really saving billions and billions, tens, hundreds of billions. Mr. Secretary, we also honor you in all your hard work from the time na nasa AFP ka pa, kadibate din kita nun. But you're one of my best friends sa cabinet. The thing is, we have to be invested because the pressure for reform is there. And, you know, the reality is it's an uncertain world. If we go back to the status quo ante or before we had this peace agreement, it will be a dangerous world for all of us, no? But again, I just want to honor Senator JV. Sorry sa'yo napunta yung pressure, but we are just putting on record then we think March, April, or May next year will be a more logical time frame. Having said that, you are our chairman and we are supporting you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Thank you. Senator Ejercito?
Yes,
you have
to
the
con-
floor.
Yes, we take note of that, Mr. President. Again, as much as I really sympathize, but for now, this will be the committee's decision, Your Honor, Mr. President. On the same page, 978, delete the phrase and synchronized with the 2028 national elections and replace it with on the second Monday of October 2028. Thus, Article 16, Section 13 of Republic Act number 11054 shall now read as follows. Section 13, first regular election. The first regular election for the Bangsamoro government under this organic law shall be held on 13 October 2025. The next election shall be held on the second Monday of October 2028 and every 3 years thereafter. The Commission on Elections through the Bangsamoro Electoral Office shall promulgate rules and regulations for the conduct of the elections, enforce and administer them pursuant to national law, this organic law, and the Bangsamoro Electoral Code. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Motion is, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel is recognized.
For some discussion, Mr. President, so that's before we can form our position on the proposed amendment.
In this particular amendment,
Yes,
Your
on this
Honor.
particular amendment.
Please proceed,
So,
Your Honor.
we are not only moving the scheduled election on May 12, 2025 to October 13, 2025, but this pending motion now or amendment is now fixes the BARM elections every October na. Starting in October 2028 and every 3 years thereafter. Ganun na po yun.
Yes, that's correct.
It's just, we are making a permanent decision now to desynchronize the BARM elections with the national and local elections. Is that our conscious decision, Mr. President? Are we aware of that, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our resource persons from BARM, the Abbas versus Kida case only applies to ARM, Your Honor, Mr. President, but not this time to BARM, Your Honor, Mr. President. So they are not obligated to follow the synchronized national elections, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, you may be correct literally, Mr. President, that simply a specific case is A versus B. But there are some principles which come out of Supreme Court decisions. And isn't the one of the principles or concepts in that decision is that the ARM election is a local election. Tama po ba yun, Mr. President? In that particular, the same case that we have read, hindi po ba ang ruling doon is that the ARM, o hindi BARM, the ARM election is a local election? Tama po ba? The ARM. Yung specific, ARM election is a local election. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
What will differentiate the BARM election from the ARM election, Mr. President?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the difference is that in the BARM, it's a parliamentary setup, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So wasn't the ARM election a regional election? That's why it's a local election. So can we not also say the BARM election is a regional election? That's why it's a local election? Significant ba yung parliamentary reform?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the framers of the Constitution could never predicted that there will be a parliamentary setup for the BARM. No, that's why hindi naman kinakailangan maging synchronized or kasabay siya because as mentioned, the BARM is distinct and it is that it is parliamentary.
What is the
And the-
significance so that we will appreciate, Mr. President? So si ARM was how do you call the ARM setup? If the BARM is parliamentary, what was the ARM?
Hindi parliamentary, no? The armed setup, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to our resource persons, is not parliamentary, Mr. President.
What do you call it, Mr.
Ano
President?
yung call nun? Anong tawag? Asa ba? Pero ang armed nun, ano ba?
Senator, yeah, the armed election, the armed elections, the parliament can be dissolved anytime. We can conduct election.
Anong setup? Tinatanong ko,
Unitary.
In honor of Mr. President, the armed setup was presidential and unitary form. And in the case of BARM, since it is parliamentary, the government can be dissolved. The parliament can be dissolved anytime, Your Honor, Mr. President, based on the parliamentary system.
But the parliamentary system also has fixed terms, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor,
Tama
Mr.
po yun, di
President.
ba?
That is correct.
Tama, may fixed terms din siya except that ano ba 'yun, mga vote of no confidence ata, then they can be dissolved, the parliament can be dissolved, but there is a fixed term. They cannot go beyond those elected in an election, even in a parliamentary setup, cannot go beyond their fixed term. There must be an election held. Tama po ba 'yun?
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
And that mandatory election for the members of parliament, isn't that a local election?
Local yun, di ba? It's considered local. Under Abbas versus Kida, Your Honor, Mr. President, it is considered as local, Your Honor.
Yes, yun na nga. That's why I'm worried, Mr. President. Yun yung worry ko eh. So kasi dito talagang inano natin, we are desynchronizing
Desynchronizing,
talaga, sinasadya natin. And then doon sa barangay and SK elections bill na pinag-usapan din natin, resetting, ang request ata ng, if I remember correctly, the inputs from the sponsor, Senator Ivy Marcos, I think COMELEC says that they need 7 months after 7 months, at least 7 months daw after the national elections to prepare for another election. But that may be a national election siguro. Kasi barangay is national din eh. Although it's local, but it takes place all over the country. Ito is in one region lang. So can we disregard that 7 months time gap requested by COMELEC when it came to the barangay and SK elections?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to COMELEC, our COMELEC resource person, that it is possible because the total voters in the BARM is only 2.8 million.
Kaya nga, so
So, mas kaya po.
wag nating i-apply yung request na 7-month gap dito sa regional kasi
That is correct.
Okay, sige po. So that's what I want to point out, Mr. President, na yun na, the effect of this one is we are really consciously desynchronizing what is an example of kind of a local election also, Mr. President, from the national election. So if I can appeal to the sponsor, if we can find a way not to violate the what I believe is the mandate of the Constitution to synchronize the national and local elections, Mr. President.
Well, probably, Mr. President, since the bill seeks to postpone the elections, no, Your Honor, Mr. President, the only way that since it will be postponed to another date, talagang madidesynchronize na siya eh. So the only way we can synchronize it again is to postpone it again para mag-sync na rin sa susunod na national elections, Your Honor, Mr. President. So, but I would say that
No, that's the original version of the bill of our committee report. Ang dinilit natin is the phrase "and synchronized with the 2028 national elections." Mr. President.
that is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President. At yan pa yung ano.
Hindi, Mr. President, kaya nga, di ba, gina-justify natin yung resetting nitong May 12, 2025. Yun na. So, okay na yun. That's another issue, let's say. Pero ang next amendment, tama po ba ang pagkaintindi? The pending amendment fixes now the subsequent elections, and we are now consciously desynchronizing. So that's what I'm pointing out.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, because that's why we already set the next elections like for 2028, so that at least the new term of offices of the newly newly elected members of parliament would be exactly 3 years also, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Kaya we are looking at the term of those to be elected. Ako naman nakatingin naman dun sa mandate ng Constitution to synchronize national and local elections. So I do not know which should prevail, Mr. President. Ang problema rin ito, Mr. President, ibabaykam ito, posibleng ibang petsa ang actual election, isusunod ngayon natin yung subsequent elections to that month or second Monday of that month, which is the result of the BICAM. So as of the moment, di pala ganun kaklaro when we will have the election, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, although treated as local, yung mga those who will be elected, the relation between the national government and BARM is what can be considered as asymmetrical, Your Honor, Mr. President. Iba na eh. Medyo iba talagang, that's why we passed the Bangsamoro Organic Law, because of we want to give them the needed autonomy so that they can rule by themselves, so to speak. So, yun po siguro ang rason, Your Honor, Mr.
I believe those statements are applicable also to the arm. Same applicable this to the arm, and yet the Supreme Court came up with those statements in the decision. So, Mr. President, so as not to delay, I will not even appeal to the body kasi baka that might cause a delay. I'm just I will manifest my objection to that the pending amendment, Mr. President. So
Yes.
I just want to hear the response of the sponsor, Mr.
Thank you. To the minority leader, we'll take note of that, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay. I'm against, so
Thank you. The minority leader's statements are hereby noted, and that he is not in favor of that particular provision.
Yes, we'll take note of that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So to
Yes, please
continue,
proceed. Please continue,
On
Senator Ejercito.
continue on page 1 between lines 12 and 13, insert the following paragraph. The term of office of the officials elected under this act shall commence at noon of October 30th, next following their election. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
On page 2, line 2, after the word qualified, insert a comma and the phrase, unless such interim members are replaced by the president or their tenure shortened by their election to a different position. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Still on the same page, lines 3 to 11, delete the entire section 3 and replace it with a new section 3, which shall read as follows.
Please proceed.
Section 3, for the purpose of this act, aspirants who file their certificates of candidacy for the parliamentary districts and nominees for party representatives listed in the certificates of nomination and acceptance incorporated in manifestations of intent to participate filed by duly accredited political parties from November 4 to 9, 2024 shall be automatically considered as candidates and nominees in the October 2025 election. New filings or certificates of candidacy or for manifestation of intent to participate with the list of nominees shall not be entertained. Provided that the COMELEC shall have the authority to issue appropriate guidelines on the filing of candidacies in case the seats are originally allocated to the province of Sulu are reapportioned by the Bangsamoro Parliament. Substitution of candidates and nominees shall not be allowed except in cases of death, disqualification, or incapacity pursuant to the guidelines promulgated by the COMELEC. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Here, the minority leader is recognized. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Did I hear the incapacity as a ground for substitution? Can I propose that ground be deleted, Mr. President, just so we will be consistent with the existing law, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Subject to style.
Subject to style.
Accepted, Mr. President.
Yes,
Accepted.
is there any objection to the amendment to the amendment? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Still on page 2, after the new section 3, insert a new section 4, we shall read as follows. Section 4, the Bangsamoro parliamentary election on October 25, 2025 shall not be treated as a special election and shall be considered a continuation of the 2025 national and local elections. Any amount obligated prior to the resetting of the Bangsamoro election shall remain valid. The amount necessary for the implementation of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriations of the COMELEC or any available appropriations as may be identified by the DBM subject to existing budgeting, accounting, and auditing rules and regulations. Thereafter, such sums as may be necessary for its continued implementation shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act, subject to the usual budget preparation process. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Is the gentleman from
No,
Bicol
Mr. President,
objecting? No.
No.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the sponsor is carried.
So, Mr. President, Senator
Yes, Majority Leader.
Padilla is, seeking the floor for an anterior amendment, Mr. President.
Anterior amendment, we recognize the gentleman from Bicol and Central Luzon, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. You're recognized, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pong pinunong mayurya. Ako po ay humihingi lang ng pasensya sa ating sponsor. Ako po yung na-late sapagkat galing po ako ng BICAM. Galing po ako ng, malaking kapulungan. Gusto ko lamang pong maiksi lang po itong manifestasyon ko. Patungkol po ito doon sa binanggit po ni Senator Mig Zubiri, Senator Bato at Senator Alan. Patungkol po doon sa hinihingi po natin na sana po ay 1 year, 1 taon po sa atin pong mahal na sponsor. Ito po ay pinaniniwalaan po natin na ito po talaga ang tama na panahon para po magkaroon ng katuparan muna yung mga naipangako po ng national government. Katulad po nung usapin sa Sulu, pati po yung mga kababayan natin na hanggang sa ngayon ay hindi pa po nakakaboto doon po sa 63 mga barangay. Maraming salamat po.
We take note of the manifestation of our esteemed colleagues.
Maraming
Thank
salamat
you, Your Honor.
kay Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Yan po yung naririnig natin. Kaya nga po natin itinulak na magkaroon po ng postponement, no? Dahil may mga issues pa na kinakailangan ma-resolve. Some legal issues that need to be resolved. That's why we were hoping that with this amount of time, we can resolve those issues. And the last but not the least,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President, the
Proceed.
last amendment is renumber the subsequent sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried.
That's all for my amendment.
Thank you
Your Honor.
very much, Your Honor, distinguished colleague. We recognize the majority leader.
Mr. President, with no other amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to close the period of individual amendments carried. Majority leader.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading, Senate Bill number 2942, the bill resetting the first regular elections in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The minority leader is recognized, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Can the records note my negative vote, Mr. President, because it's with a heavy heart that I have to vote no to this proposal. Last time kasi we stated it would be the last resetting, and then it's only for very special justification or very serious circumstances that we're allowing the resetting of this upcoming May 12, 2025 election. And then we are now permanently desynchronizing the BARM elections with the national and local elections. So for those reasons, Mr. President, it's with a very heavy heart because all of them are my friends, Mr. President. And I am actually, I'm the author of the BARM law. But this is not about the BARM law. This is about the election. So very special. So yun lang po yun. It's this particular issue lang po. So please note my negative vote, Mr.
We take note of the vote of the minority leader, majority
Mr.
leader.
President, there is a pending motion. We seek your ruling, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2942 is hereby adopted. Congratulations.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2942.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the additional reference of business.
There no objection, we will proceed with the reference of business.
Additional reference of business resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1293, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the proposed enhanced guidelines for the Ayuda para sa Kapos ang Kita program. Senator Marcos.
There no objection, it's referred to the Committee on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development and Finance.
1294, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the unrestricted trade or rogue communication technologies with the end view of strengthening existing regulations to prevent fraudulent activities in the Philippines. Senator Villar M.
Referred to the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies and Science and Technology.
Committee reports. Committee Report 491, jointly by the Committees on Higher Education, Ways and Means and Finance, and House Number 9315, converting the JH Real Estate College located in Barangay Mati, San Miguel, Zamboanga del Sur into a state university and appropriate funds therefore, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution. Senator Cayetano AP, sponsor.
Noted.
Ordinary business.
Sorry. Okay, Mr. President. Yes. Pardon me, my dear Majority Leader. So may I correct myself and we will refer this to the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report 492, jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Ways and Means and Finance, and House Number 9332, converting the Zamboanga del Sur School of Arts and Trades located in Kawit, Pagadian City, Zamboanga del Sur into a state college and appropriate funds therefore, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution. Sponsor Senator Cayetano AP.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
493, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance, and proposed Senate Resolution 925 by Senator Gatchalian, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry to discuss and assess the implementation of RA 8545 as amended for the purpose of crafting complementary or amendatory legislation, recommending the adoption of the recommendations therein and their immediate implementation. Sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business. The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2893 under Committee Report 423. This is the bill on the Virology Institute of the Philippines Act. I so move, Mr. President.
If there's no objection,
Mr. President, parliamentary status is that having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III.
so Senator Pia, the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized and to interpellate the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unless the sponsor has an opening statement, this representation will commence with this interpellation.
Mr. President, no opening statement. We're happy to accept the listen to his honor's concerns. Maybe I'll just say, because I know in the past these were the questions of our colleagues. Really, what's the role of the VIP versus the RITM? So I think his honor will ask along that line. So I'll just
Correct. Yes, yes,
listen
ma'am.
to his honor's questions.
My main concern, Mr. President, is the overlapping of mandates, jurisdiction, functions, objectives, Mr. President. I know that the Virology Institute of the Philippines will address, as they have informed me before this interpellation, will address pathogens which affect animals, plants, and human beings, Mr. President, while the RITM concerns itself with tropical diseases or illnesses affecting human beings. So we can probably limit my concern on that universe of human beings, Mr. President. So if we can know from the sponsor how we have avoided the overlapping of functions, jurisdiction, mandates between RITM and the Virology Institute of the Philippines.
Okay. Before I respond, let me just add to the definition that the minority floor leader gave on the jurisdiction of RITM. Aside from tropical diseases, it also includes infectious diseases. That's why included dito, just by way of example, for RITM is HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, dengue, and other emerging infectious diseases, no? To be clear. So, Mr. President, the VIP will serve as the lead convener for research and development in the field of virology. His Honor correctly pointed out that the focus is pathogens and potential disease-causing agents affecting plants, animals, and humans. And to differentiate it from RITM that is focused on humans, particularly infectious and tropical diseases. Now, let me explain all of this, Mr. President, for VIP covers the discovery phase until the preclinical stages, and I will explain that now. The discovery phase, Mr. President, is anything before any drug development and manufacturing work can be done. It's called the discovery because literally it's discovering, let's say, a specific molecule, typically a DNA sequence, an RNA molecule, protein, or metabolite that play a crucial role in a disease state and can be targeted by a drug to produce beneficial and therapeutic effects. After that discovery, researchers can then search for a compound or compounds that interact with the target molecule and have the potential to become drug candidates. A variety of compounds are identified as potential candidates, so researchers must conduct a series of experiments on each one to gauge their performance and viability as the final and most effective drug substance. Typically, they assess factors such as absorption, administration, side effects, and potential interaction. After experiments are finalized and the most promising compounds are isolated, the preclinical research phase can begin. Now, the preclinical studies, this happens before proceeding to clinical trials on humans. Vaccines are tested on cells in the lab. So to be clear, the preclinical studies are practiced now on cells in a lab. This demonstrates if the vaccine will be safe and if it is effective. And then that is where the role of RITM ends. Now the role of that is where the role of VIP ends. And this is where the role of RITM begins, the clinical trials. So I think we will remember this in our discussions during the pandemic. We have the phase 1 clinical trials, the phase 2, phase 3, so on and so forth. Phase 1, vaccine is tested on healthy volunteers to check for safety and see how the immune system responds. Phase 2, vaccine is tested on a large group of people who are healthy but may be at risk to get the disease, still for safety and to formulate the right dose. And then phase 3, vaccine is tested on thousands of people to see how well it protects against the disease and check for adverse reactions and side effects. So that is more or less the timeline, the description of what happens during the discovery, the preclinical, and the clinical trials, Mr. President.
So discovery of the pathogens, and then the discovery of the antidote or the cure for the illness.
Yes,
that is VIP.
That is VIP, Mr. President.
And is that what we call the preclinical phase?
Not yet. That is
Not
still
yet.
the
Okay.
discovery,
Sige.
the
That is
discovery
the
program's
discovery-
discovery phase.
Okay, so discovery phase, even if the pathogen affects human beings, that's VIP. Okay. Preclinical phase means the study of, what is this? The study now of what are the possible molecules, chemicals, and other combination which can produce
Have
drugs.
potentially become candidates for therapeutic effect, for a
Yes.
cure. Yes.
Cure. That's preclinical, and that's also clearly VIP, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
President.
And then yung sabi nyo, testing sa human testing na, and this human testing is RITM, and then how will the drugs, let us say, reach the overall, the general population, Mr. President?
Sorry, what's the question?
After RITM tests the drugs, and then what? If RITM is satisfied that it is safe and effective, next step is FDA approval?
So, Mr. President, yes, His Honor is correct. The next step is FDA, but also the possibility of looking for partners. And there is a provision in our bill that refers to that in collaboration with other government agencies. We could be looking for foreign partners or just for local partners for the promotion.
Who does that? Does that?
So they will now collaborate with different government agencies. We have a section on that, Mr. President. We're actually amending it because the original proposal was just DTI, and I said I don't think it should be just DTI, so we included DA because precisely there's animal components. We also included DOH because DOH is always involved in collaborations internationally and
So VIP yan. Kasi when the sponsor says that there is an animal component, plant component, so
yes,
so it's the VIP which is expected now to network.
yes, to work with the other government agencies.
And even
internationally, yes.
International, so
Yes.
NGOs, business, for business investment for the development,
Yes.
the vaccine.
Yes,
for
Mr.
the-
President, yes.
So it will now be VIP, which will do this actively, not RITM.
Yes, that is
You
correct, Mr.
clarify.
President,
Okay.
yes.
So,
Kaya,
oh,
overall, talagang siya yung lead in the research. So even the research, development, and
Development,
even like the promotion, it's really VIP who has the lead. But to take note, Mr. President, when we refer to VIP, the members of its board includes, well, it is chaired by the DOST secretary, and then it is co-chaired by the DOH secretary and the secretary of DA. And then under their other members are DNR, DFA, CHED, FDA, RITM, VIP, NIH, the National Institute of Health, the president of the National Academy of Science and Technology, executive director of National Research Council, and 2 representatives appointed by the president. My point is when we refer to VIP, it really has all of these representatives from the different government agencies as part of its governing body.
but it is itself an agency of government.
It
We
is
are
an
creating
institute, yes. We are creating
Yes,
an
and,
institute, yes.
This will be attached to the DOST, meaning to say, tama po ba sa budget process natin, may sarili siyang line item? Tama po.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President.
So when we are satisfied that the drug developed is effective to combat a certain illness affecting humans, who will apply for the FDA license to sell or to make it available to the population? Is it VIP or RITM?
Mr. President, I believe that VIP would be the proper entity to apply only because FDA is under DOH. So it would appear that VIP should take the lead on this just for some kind of division, a bit of separation of powers. Tama ba yun? Something like that.
I'm just pointing this out, Mr. President. Pero ang aking kasing mental image is may in-house tayo eh. In-house na develop na drug.
Yes,
But-
that is correct.
Yes, but yung na-develop na drug na let's say in quotation marks na in-house, dalawang nag-cooperate dun eh. dalawang nag-cooperate sa discovery at preclinical, si VIP. Sa
Correct.
clinical, si RITM.
That is correct.
So who makes the final move to get the approval of the FDA for the practical for the practical application and benefit of that in-house developed drug, Mr. President?
Well, in my understanding, Mr. President, is that once the clinical trials are conducted by RITM, they are reporting regularly to VIP. Kasi
Correct. Yes.
nag-umpisa naman tong project na to kay VIP.
Yeah.
So they will be reporting to VIP. So if they pass phase 3, they will now tell VIP na pumasa na to and it is ready now for approval by FDA. So it is my
Sinong kilos? VIP. Si VIP ang kikilos.
si VIP kikilos
Okay,
kasi
so
nga magre-report si RITM sa
If we-
VIP.
If that's already clear in the bill, Mr. President, that's my only concern. Basta klaro yun, Mr. President. What is the Bureau of Animal Industry affected by our measure?
Yes, Mr. President, the Bureau of Animal Industry is under DA and DA is actually a co-chair, Mr. President, of this. Kasi let's take note that the scope of work of the Virology Institute is for pathogens and potential disease-causing agents affecting plants, animals, and humans. So DA is very much part of the picture, Mr. President.
How is BAI or the Bureau of Animal Industry under the DA to be affected by our measure? Mari-reorganize ba siya?
Ay, hindi
Mababawasan ba siya ng mandate or jurisdiction or function?
So, Mr. President, embedded in this bill is the concept of the One Health system. And under the One Health system or approach, it is a collaborative, multisectoral, and transdisciplinary framework that recognizes the interconnectedness of people, animals, plants, and their shared environment. So this is the overarching, I would say, relationship, or it dictates the relationship of the all agencies involved in human, animal, and plant pathogens or potential disease-causing agents. So I have a visual that basically just shows the overlapping or interconnectedness of human health, animal health, and environmental health. Environmental health refers to the plant health under plant health, Mr. President.
With the indulgence of Senator Cayetano, the majority leader is seeking the floor.
Just a minor interjection, Mr. President. Under the current setup, Mr. President, the reason why we had a long battle with ASF, I'm referring to the African swine flu, is because of the apparent non-movement of personnel within the FDA in conducting clinical trials for ASF vaccines. And when they were finally able to reach the conclusion that clinical trials were to be conducted, they conducted the same en masse, not your usual clinical trials of 100 population, but by the thousands. So would this set up with a new virology agency prevent the crisscrossing of mandates that would enable FDA under the current setup provides for the import licenses, et cetera, et cetera. Would this result in a more efficient way of combating animal diseases in the future, Mr. President?
Well, actually, Mr. President, that is the objective of the bill. Under the powers and functions of VIP Section 8, it says that letter N, it states there, ensure seamless collaboration with RITM and other pertinent research bodies to delineate specific roles and responsibilities, ensuring that the research agenda is complementary rather than duplicative. Mr. President, I would like to emphasize that the reason you even need a phrase like that is precisely because of examples like His Honor mentioned. I think it would be, it would not be truthful if this representation would say, oh yeah, sure, seamless na lahat yan. No, because precisely this is now a very intricate what's the word? No, not collaborative. The interconnected. We truly are interconnected with our environment. That's what the environmentalists have been trying to tell us for ages na human beings are connected with the earth. What we do to the earth will come back to us. And we're already seeing it, no? Yung mga disease nung mga, sabi nga nila, yung bats, ang mga nagdala ng, if not COVID, many other human causing disease-causing agents that now affect humans. So the interconnectivity cannot be denied. There are probably not enough answers immediately. Like if you ask me, before we pass this, let's delineate everything. I think it's impossible because we cannot predict everything that will happen. But the goal is now to identify that VIP shall be the lead convener, and it is their job to ensure, I don't even know if the word ensure is accurate, but that's what the bill says, ensure seamless collaboration. Kasi we should attempt to have seamless collaboration to the extent that it is possible. I can imagine, Mr. President, there will be debates, even among themselves. No, mag-aaway-away din talaga yan ng turf. But at least now we have this agency that is tasked to be the lead convener, and it's tasked to ensure this seamless collaboration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one final interjection. What about private laboratories? Laboratories within universities, laboratories coming from private institutions or even pharmaceutical companies. Who would have a better handle of this? Would it be FDA? Would it be just the proposed agency, or would they be allowed to conduct their own research unsupervised? Would there be some sort of an oversight on the part of the proposed Virology Institute of the